There we go. Do it live. See if I can go grab Son. See if he'll join us. Usually he does. Hello. Oh, it's good to be back. It is good to be back. Let's just get settled in here. It is so good to be home. Hey, Hawk. How you doing? Ooh. See how OBS is doing right now. There we go. Okay. I think we're all. I think, unfortunately, if I go to this screen, I don't think it. Yeah, it doesn't. I got to stream like this for now. Just for now. All right. So, welcome. Welcome. Burso, Sauce, good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. The baby boy is home. We are finally home. We were in the hospital for 6 days, I think. A long stay. 6. 6 days we were in the hospital. So we came home yesterday. No, we came home Sunday. Came home Sunday evening, afternoon. So time has no meaning right now. I apologize. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. No idea. Yeah, so we came home Sunday afternoon, late afternoon. Sunday night was baby's first night at home, which was tough. You hear that that's going to be tough, and it was tough. I'm sure other people have had it worse, but it's one of those things where it's like for 6 days you weren't really sleeping anyway, and you had all this help, and then you get home, and then you have no help, and you have had no sleep, and you've got to figure out what to do on your own. So it took a little bit adjusting, and he was adjusting. He didn't want to sleep all night. He was up and fussy all night. But last night was the second night, and that went beautifully in comparison. So my wife and I have figured out a schedule. We're going to try. We'll see if it works. We have no idea. And I was able to get about 6 hours sleep last night. So was she, which is great. My in-laws are in town. They are visiting for the whole month. They're going to help with baby. My parents, unfortunately, are sick. They both came down with colds, so they can't even hold the baby, which is unfortunate. Neo, good to see you. Pull the Prism Soul for the boys. I could do that. Loki. Hey, good to see you. Greetings from New England to Pakistan. Kirk, thank you. You hope my lady appreciated all the hard work I did during the birth. Yeah. Yeah, all I can really say about that is, first of all, it was an amazing experience. We're not going to share too many details. She would prefer I share nothing at all because she's very private, but she understands that that's not going to happen. But yeah, she's awesome. But yeah, the experience was amazing. It was challenging. And like I said in my video yesterday, call your mother. Call your mom. Call your mom. Tell her you love her. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing what the human body can accomplish, and I don't think there's any moment like it in life when you welcome your child into the world. There's certainly nothing like it in my life. So yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. Arab Tazo, I don't recognize your name. Are you new to the stream? Or have I just missed you before? Or have you changed your name? Either way, welcome. Zonde, good to see you. Thank you. Tulsi, hey. Thank you. Ian Godwin in the house. Doing an unusual Tuesday evening working, but I'll have you in the background. Okay, great. Freaky, buddy. Freaky has helped me. He did three, count them, 3 referrals for me. 3 referral accounts on my main. And we just go over here and check out the referrals. And they're all done. They're all done. Only took 3 years, but thank you so much to Freaky Gamer for helping me out with that. I really appreciate all the help. Caveman, good to see you. Thank you. Chars. Hey, Crop. Good to see you, man. Baby G. Son, don't you start. Don't you start, man. I'm gonna have to ban my own editor. We haven't come up with a name, like a gamer tag. We haven't come up with a gamer tag for the baby yet. But it's really funny because I will let this little secret out of the bag. It's just a very small secret. I don't think my wife will be upset. We were considering a lot of different names, right? Obviously, you're thinking about baby names. Once we knew it was a boy, we narrowed it down to boy names, and we were talking about it for a long time. She and I both really like the name Timo, Timo. But of course, I'm a gamer. She's not. And I know that there's a Timo in League of Legends, Teemo, pronounced the same way. And I couldn't, in good conscience, name my son after that little rat. Yeah, so somebody in the comments of the last video was like, we should call him Baby Timo. And I was laughing because it's like that was almost his actual name. It was not his actual name. It is not his actual name, but hey, Tulsi, thanks. Captain Volcano. Noix. All right. Well, good to have you here. Eribertasso. I don't know what that's a mouthful to say, so I might just call you Arab. No, that doesn't sound right. Tasso? All right. Hawk, Leo, Freaky, Preston. Hey, good to see you, Preston. You thought we were going to name him Editor, right? My son Editor and my editor son. My editor whose name is Son and my son whose name is Editor. Yeah. I know that would be fun for you guys. That would not be fun for me. Focus, welcome. Ginger. Baby Tebow would be, yeah, that'd be funny, but not that funny. Kevin, good to see you. Suzanne Johansson in the house. Hello. Son's baby should have the name Wukong. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's happening. That's happening when son has a baby. Wukong. Luke, yeah, I understand. Just so everybody knows, I've had something in the vicinity of like 15 or 18 hours of sleep in 7 days. So I'm not really in a great mental state for takeovers. So I'm not going to be taking over anybody's account because I don't think I would do anybody any good right now. It's not that I don't have a desire to take over an account. I would love to, actually. But I'm just like, last night was the first real night's sleep I've had in a week. And even that was only 6 hours. So I'm not quite there yet. I'm not fully back. I'm also going to do a relatively short stream. I'm shooting for about 3 hours. We'll see. Which I know for some people that's a long stream. For me, that's a short stream. Sometimes I run 6-7 hours. I have not played my main account really at all. I tried to log in a couple of times while I was in the hospital, but I don't even know what's going on in the game. So for today, even though I know it's Takeover Tuesday and I put the thumbnail up, it's not really a Takeover Tuesday. It's more of just a hanging out with everybody, saying hello, letting them know what's going on, playing my main account a little bit, having some fun. So I apologize if you came here hoping for a takeover. Today is not the day. Yeah, but I'll be back next week. Hopefully I'll be back on the schedule next week. So am I going to give little Geo Daddy's credit card for rate? No. And we're not calling him GeoHawk. Don't get me fired up about that. We're going to have soapboxes all over the place. Well, the Georgian on the account. Oh, wow. That's great, Freaky. Are you going to keep playing it? You should keep playing it. You got a Georgian and a Geo. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to stream. We want to keep him off social media. We're going to keep him off social media. So we're not posting any pictures on social media. We're not sharing his name or anything like that on social media. You guys know when he was born and that he's a boy. That's a lot. It's not so much that I love sharing with the community. You know, I'm kind of an open book. I don't really have secrets, but we are kind of private. You know, one of the things that comes with YouTube is a loss of anonymity. to a certain extent. And we want to protect that for him. You know, we want to give him the choice. And, you know, maybe he gets to be, I don't know, 13 and he's like, hey, I want to start a YouTube channel just like, you know, dad has. I'm like, okay, great. But he needs to know what it's about and we need to, you know, we need to think it through. And so now is not the time. But yeah, I will share some news from time to time, but it's not going to become a baby channel. You know, it's still a Ray channel. Does the baby have hair yet? Yeah, he has more hair than his dad. He has a lot more hair than his dad. You got 5 hours in a week. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think for the first 4 days, luckily I was able to get a little bit of sleep in the first 4 days. I think I got about 6 hours in the first 4 or 5 days. And then in the last 2 days, I've been able to get about 9 total. So yeah, I think I'm around 15 hours in the last 7 days. So I'm kind of insane. But yeah. Would taking a break to get Eva be worth it? Oh, like not logging in for the 21 days to get the thing and then buy the Eva? Elva, not Eva. I was like, I couldn't even think of the name. That's a really hard call. I think in general, I would say no. My gut reaction is probably not. For some people, it might be worth it. In specific cases for specific accounts. And I would say something like this. It's like, hey, if you were going on a 2-week vacation, you're going on a family vacation, you're going on a summer vacation with your kids or whatever, and you wanted to put Raid down anyway. You know, you're like, hey, I'd like to get away from it for a little bit so I can focus on my time with my family and not be like constantly trying to find, you know, cell signal and log in. That would be a perfect time to then say, all right, a couple of days before we leave, I'm going to put Raid down. Like I'll finish the Fusion or I'll finish the CVC or Hydra Clash or whatever. Tell the clan leader I'm taking 3 weeks off. You know, make sure that you know, definitely let your leadership know because otherwise you'll find yourself kicked out of a clan. Say, I'm, you know, taking 3 weeks off, put it down, go on vacation. When you come back, you don't have to log in right away. You know, you wait a couple of days and then you log in. The thing is, I'm pretty sure it's 21 days, but I'm not 100% sure if it's like the 21 resets or whatever. So you might want to, you know, extend it. Be like, okay, I'm going to do like 24, 25 days just to be sure. Or take a month, you know. But in general, I don't think it's worth it just for the champion. No, I think you make more progress in 21 days, just grinding, just being committed, just doing the right things, making the right calls, than you would get from one particular champion that you could get, you know. Because remember, even when you come back, then you still have to do all the things to get the champion. And then you have to obviously pay for her as well. So it's not like you're going to instantly get her. So it's basically 2 months of work or a month and a half of work to get one champion. It's like in 6 weeks, you're going to have 2 times Sacreds, 2 times Voids, 2 times Ancients. You're going to have at least one Fusion. Like there's so much more going on. So if you were going to naturally take some time off and you wanted to extend that time, then yeah. Little Chronum. Yeah, Deacon. I mean, Deacon's kind of a cool name anyway, Deacon. But I don't have any emotional attachment to the name, right? I'm attached to the champion. Like I don't care about them. But maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll do a vote. I don't know. I have to talk to my wife. I can't just like go and name my baby on YouTube and just like without checking in about it, you know? So yeah, that would not fly. Keep him off the grid. Don't register for him a social security number. He has a social security number, so that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm giving myself a takeover, and it is allowed because I make the rules. Takeover Tuesday. Takeover Tuesday. That's a good one. That is a very good one. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Short. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate that. How would the U.S. do in a Ryder Cup against Europe and raid? That would be interesting. We should do that. We should do the U.S. versus Europe at some point. I don't know if we would do that with content creators or like communities. I don't know. That would be fun. That would be fun. I like those extra competitions. Find a way to just engage people. That would be great. That's an awesome idea. We should think about that. Selena Feline, good to see you. No, it's just like perfect time to have a kid in between fusions. Like good planning. Yeah, that's exactly right. I've got a whole 2 weeks before the next fusion. Hawk, you're going into basic training. Well, good luck. That's fantastic. Yeah, I have friends who went into the military. I did not. But I had friends who went through the military. There's great job training, really good benefits. You get to serve, help people. I wish you luck. Freak Show, how's it going as a new dad? I'm over the moon. I'm so happy. I'm crazy about my kid. He's awesome. He's awesome. He does look a lot like me. So sorry, kiddo. He's got more hair than I do, but yeah, I absolutely adore him. He's wonderful. He's relatively chill so far. He's only 4.5 days old. Not even 4 days. When was he born? Yeah, he's 4 days old today. My wife and I are figuring it out. We're getting lots of supports from friends and family. The medical staff was phenomenal. We had a doula. We were very, very fortunate to find a doula who we worked with. And she was a rock star. It was an absolute godsend. So any expecting parents out there, consider looking into a doula. From what I understand, it can be hit or miss, just like when you're looking for anybody in any kind of job. But we absolutely found the perfect fit for us. She was incredibly supportive and helpful and knowledgeable and encouraging, and it really made the experience even better. I think it's 21 days. I thought it was 30 days, and then somebody did an experiment and told me it was 21 days. So I can't confirm that it's 21 days, but that's what I've heard. So maybe I would ask around just to make sure, what the time is. Son did a great job on the stream at the weekend, although I can't believe he shared that Vegas story about you. Didn't think that was physically possible. What are you talking about? He shared a Vegas story about me. Are you making something up? I think you're making something up. I think you're making something up. I think you're baiting me right now. I'm sure he did great. I caught about 5 minutes of the stream. Not live. I watched it. I wanted to check in on him and watch it, and just let him know that he did a great job. But I was like falling asleep while I was watching it. So I only watched about 5 minutes, but I'm sure he did great. He's a talented individual. Oh, shoot. He's in the stream. Never mind. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure he escaped by the skin of his teeth. All right. Russians don't play fair. Yeah. A lot of people don't play fair, but that's, we could have a competition. Whoever wins gets to give your child their nickname. I'll think about it. Me and Deadwood up against HH and Nubs. That would be fun. I would take that team. Yeah, Deadwood's awesome, man. We had a whole bunch of collabs last week. I'm sure you guys saw some of the videos. We had a great time. He's a great guy. He's really he was fun to work with, and super smart. And just I enjoyed that collab. We did a collab on his channel. I didn't get a chance to comment on any of the videos or answer any of the comments. So I'm sorry if you commented and you didn't get a comment back, because I just obviously was preoccupied. But that would be a fun matchup. That would be a battle because the HH and Nubs those guys are great players. So there'd have to be some kind of free to play component to it, or I don't think I would be the weak link. Thank you, Jen. Yeah, freak show. It is a learning experience. Mr. T2 Sugar says, America's so weird. You get what you're given in the UK, and you're given more than we are, right? And we have to purchase more than you do. Because I don't know. I guess we like buying stuff. Healthcare should be free. Healthcare should be free to every person on the planet. I don't even care. Like, I don't. I understand there are a lot of economics that go into it and politics that go into it, but healthcare should be free. At least standard, like normal healthcare. I'm not talking about like elective stuff, or stuff that's maybe non-essential, but it's like giving birth to a baby, like that should be free. It should be free. Everybody should just get that for free. So. If we brought in Drock Mullet and one other person, you could take on the whole HH team. I would stack up. Yeah, I would stack up some of the American content creators against the UK content creators. Absolutely. I think we could be very competitive. Those guys are great, by the way. Like YST was awesome. Working with him in the HH free to play challenge. I did a couple of collabs with HH. He's fantastic. They're really knowledgeable. They're smart. They contribute hugely to the community, right? The hellhades.com is like, that's where all the information goes. You talk about SAF, like they got big brains over there. They've got good players. But, Americans got grit. I mean, if you look at what Drock did, right? Like, dude just worked hard. That's what we do. We work hard. So yeah, I'd stack us up against anybody. I'd feel pretty good about it. I mean, but look at Crop. Crop killed it too. So if it's just the UK team, sure. If it's all of Europe, that would be tricky. There are a lot of really good content creators over there. Crop shit. I'll join HH team then. Yeah. Yeah, get Ash involved. That'd be fun. All right. Don't forget MTG Jedi. Yeah. I MTG is great. There's a bunch of really good content creators all around the world, actually. But okay. So I want to do something. I haven't touched my screen yet. So this is my account. This is my main account. And I haven't really played this week. So I've tried to log in a little bit, but I'm literally starting from scratch. So this is just for the next few minutes. I'm going to give you an idea of how I like walk into my account on a daily basis. Like, I think I logged in last night. I might have done a couple of things. I don't know where my daily quests are. But so I'm going to actually, and I swap over. Let's see if I can do this. If I do this. Oops. Yeah. Nope. Sorry. No, I'm moving the screen around a little bit. We'll get this sorted. No. My screen just went black. Scared the heck out of me. Okay. All right. So when I come into the day, the first thing I do, I go down to the clan button. Got to log in for the clan. Check in. Claim my thing. Go to the Altar of Souls. Check out the shop. By the way, there's a 5-star Wukong. That would be nice. I would like that. I do not have the essences anymore. Because one thing that did happen was I got my 6-star Cardiels. And I know some people might not waste it on a support like this. You know, I had 330 essences or whatever, and this is 300. But he's my favorite champion. He's my best champion. He deserves to have the best soul. So, 6-star soul. All right, now we got to go check Clan Boss, get my rewards. I was able to do Clan Boss the last couple of days. That's not awful, but it's probably not for this account. 5-star stuff is really not for this account anymore. It has to be really perfect. Void Shard, that's nice. Go and get this. There we go. Sacred. And a legendary tome. That's my favorite. I prefer legendary tomes over sacred shards. I like them both, obviously. They're both great. But yeah, that was pretty good. We got a void, a legendary. I'm sorry, a void, a sacred, and a legendary tome. So now this is my new speed tune that Deadwood helped me out at. I have found out that it's not, there's something wrong with it. There is something wrong with it I haven't identified yet. And I think this might be, this might be the affinity where the problem is. So let's see what happens here. I don't know if I'm going to get a 1 key. I'm not getting a 1 key on every affinity. Yeah, so came up short there. So I got to go back and tweak it a little bit. I might have to run up like another damage dealer in a different affinity. Here, see, 40 million. So something's going on. I think it's got to do with the speed tune, not with just the affinity. I think there's something else going on. So I got to put it back into the calculator and figure it out a little bit. I'm happy with the speed tune because it's basically the same result as I was getting previously, where 3 of the 4 affinities I was getting a 1 key, and 1 affinity I was getting 2 keys. But now the affinities have swapped on me, so they're not quite as, they're not the same. The ceiling is much lower. On my previous tune, I could get 140 to 150 million as my ceiling. Here, my ceiling is like 105 million. And I got a key the other day I got 71 million on, so I was like, ooh, that was close. So I'm still happy to have done the change, and it's a great speed tune, and it's much, friendlier. You can see it's 4 epics. The other one used Ninja and Helicath, and so it's like, not that the other one was super unfriendly, but I wanted to detach Cardiel, right? I got Cardiel out of that speed tune. I still haven't rebuilt Cardiel, so I got to do that. You're still running the Corpulent Cadaver team. Cool. That's interesting, Justin. Yeah. All right. So, we've got a clan versus clan. It is a personal rewards. I got to get moving because I have not contributed. Probably down near the bottom. Yeah, I've contributed 3,000 points. 3,400 points. I got to get moving. So typically, we're trying to shoot. I think we're trying to shoot for a minimum of 100,000 points per player in the clan. We were recently having a discussion like a week and a half ago about making that adjustment because I think the previous requirement was 60K, but we want to be more competitive. So I think we're trying to increase. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say trying. I think we've discussed increasing the total requirement or the minimum requirement. I like to try to get more, obviously, for personal rewards. Here I need 250,000. So I'd like to do that this week, and I might be able to do that. So we can actually start on that. But I want to check my my timers were done last night. I think I did Doom Tower. Doom Tower is the gold keys are done, but I still have silver keys. I did not do Centranos, no, and I've missed several days in Centranos. I've only done like 2 days, maybe 3 days. I need to get arena ticking. Let me go ahead and do that. Get arena ticking. I don't like to be at max tokens. Hawk says, take over my account. I don't mind if you mess up. I do, buddy. I gotta mess up in front of, a couple of thousand people. It's different. It's different. Yeah, I could do a live arena and beef up my clan boss team. Yes, I can do that. Is there a filter to find a good clan? Newbie here. No. There's no easy way to find a good clan. What I would say is there are a couple of things that you can look for when you're looking for. I'll kind of walk you through some of the things that I've done in the past. Although, now we have clans in our cluster. So if you're interested, we have Cold Red Plays clans. I think they're relatively full at the moment, but you can put an application in, and when a spot comes open, like you can see, we have 29 out of 30 here, but this is our top clan. So when you go and you search for a clan, how do we search for a clan again? What do we do here? I don't want to go clan offers, members. There's a way to search for a clan. I'm in a clan, so it's a little bit weird. Rankings? There we go. Okay, thank you. So the first thing I do when you do a search, you want to do a relatively advanced search. You can do an open clan or an invite only clan. Most clans that are going to be like active and well run are going to be invite only clans, so you're going to have to make an application. You can pick your language. For clan members, you can click don't show full clans because why bother? But I would say you want a clan that has at least 25 members, right? If you're going to get a good clan, it's going to be one that's active, and like active clans don't drop below 25, clan members. You could even do like 27 or 28 if you wanted to. But I would say a minimum of 25. For clan level doesn't have to be super high, but it should be established. So I would probably say like a minimum of maybe clan level 5 would be good. You could go as low as like 3 or 4. You could go as high as like 11, 12, 13, depending on how advanced you are in the game. But pick a level here, maybe like 5, 7, 9, something. Activity stars in the last 7 days should be decently high. I would say probably a minimum of 400. You could maybe come down a little bit from this, and this depends on a couple of factors, but active clans they're active. They do the things to get the stars. Clan power doesn't matter so much. But if you want to have a certain level of achievement, if you're going for certain like clan boss, you can kind of determine what is your level, like what's your player level, your power level, and then just multiply that by 30, and you say that's about where you want your clan to be. You want a few people ahead of you, a few people just behind you, but you want to be clustered with your clan for the most part. So let's say you're sitting at 1 million, then you'd be like, okay, then I want a clan with 30 million power. That makes sense. If you're sitting at 10 million, then you want a clan with 300 million clan power. Clan ranking points, I don't care. Required member CVC points contribution, you can figure out if you want to do any of that. And then you can go ahead and do a search. And then what you want to do is you want to, how did we filter this? There is a way to sort by. You can sort by down here. So what I tend to do is I sort by clan level. And so then you can see here, level 20, 19, and it goes down from there. And so then you would just pick one. So that's usually what I do. Thanks, Hoax. I appreciate it. Sony, good to see you. And Tia says, I love my dad. That's awesome. Duel, hey, buddy, congratulations on the baby. I wish you much good health and happiness. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Freaky, if you're interested in expanding the cluster, I have a plan to donate to the cause. I appreciate that. And at some point, we will probably expand the cluster. We've already talked about it, but it got a little bit derailed recently with all the stuff we've been doing with the HH free-to-play challenge and Raid Madness and all that. By the way, Raid Madness isn't officially over. We still have to do the award show. I'm sorry that it got delayed. It's supposed to be March Madness. It's going to wait until May to get resolved. But we have awards to give out, prizes to give out. And I want to do that. I'm also going to be giving away my HH free-to-play challenge account. So if you're interested in that account, we're going to be setting up a giveaway probably sometime this week. I'll probably run the giveaway for about a week or two. I don't want to run it for too long. It might be shorter than that because I do want whoever's doing it to get in on the chase, on the Adeline chase. So I don't want them to be, to miss out on this. So I've logged in, I think I've logged in like 5 days or something of the Adeline chase, but I haven't really been logging in on that account. So I'm going to be giving away that account. So if you're interested in that, make sure you're a member of the Discord because we're going to be doing it through the Discord. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. You're having a hard time with free-to-play with good characters, though. Free-to-play is a grind. It's about patience and about trying to maximize your resources and also giving yourself some grace, right? Just allow yourself to be imperfect. If you try to, it's like on the one hand, you want to optimize as much as possible. But on the other hand, you can't optimize. There's no way to optimize. You have imperfect information. You only have so much time in your day. There's RNG. There's all sorts of factors. There's a lack of tools. You can't be perfect. So you have to allow yourself to be imperfect. And it's more about just keeping things moving in a positive direction and keeping a positive attitude and being committed and doing your research. And you'll get there. Hammerhawk, thank you. I have not seen the new Busted Hydra team with the Annika, really. No, I haven't. 7 billion damage. Well, that's nice she's a free-to-play champion. She's completely free. Can Falman be used in Hydra? I think he could be. I don't know him well enough right now, and off the top of my head, I don't remember all of his skill sets, but he empowers like faction stuff, right? So if you can find the right combo, then yeah, I'm sure he could be. I've got 2 cups. So this is not an American flag cup. This is a Nautica cup. So it's based on the American flag, but Nautica is like a clothing company, right? So I had a friend years ago who worked at Nautica, and I like big mugs, and he got me this for Christmas one year. So this is my cup of tea. This cup is my lemonade. It's like watered down lemonade because I drink a lot of fluids, and I wanted the caffeine, but I also want something that's a little bit easier or helps me clear my throat a little bit. It's also warm here. And unfortunately, it's not the first really nice day of spring, but we had a couple of nice days of spring, and then we had a week of kind of crappy weather. So now we've got a nice day. It's a really beautiful day out today. And so everybody's like out doing yard work and stuff. So they're all power tools going off and stuff. And so I've got all my windows closed, and I don't have my fan installed because we took the fan out because we were redoing this room for the baby. And so I don't even have my fan. So it's a little bit hot in here. So I wanted a cold drink as well. I love Steve. Thank you. Congratulations. It's great to be back. So you got MTG Jedi's account. Cool. I hope it was a good account. Hey, Greg. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not doing a takeover today, though. This is just a baby celebration stream. We're just hanging out, talking about the baby, talking about Raid, just me getting back into it. I'm actually doing, I'm planning to do a takeover on my own account here. I'll start that in just a second. But yeah, it's just good. It's good to be back. Thank you, Lumac. I appreciate it. Yeah, I will check out Nub's video when I get a chance. I have a lot to catch up on, I'm sure. Will there be a same size cup in the merch store? We should do that. We should do a Colred merch mug. That would be good. I would love that. She's free, but she works with Togren, who's, yeah, not free legendary. That's, of course. I'm going to need this cup. Yeah. Ultra Nightmare 4 key. Very nice. Once you get your first team of 560s with masteries, do you think Spider or Dragon first or both a lot? I'm not sure what you mean, Justin. Do you mean like where do you focus for gear? That's going to be dependent upon your drops. You need some banners and amulets. You do need to get into Spider. So that's really important. That's going to increase the overall power of your 6-star champions, right? One of the benefits of getting that 5-star and 6-star slot is to get that amulet, get that banner. You can farm, however, you can farm stage 10 of Spider and get good 5-star drops. They're usually uncommons, you know, so you only one substat, but that is pretty quick to farm. It's relatively easy, whereas, you know, farming Dragon 10 isn't not nearly as rewarding. Speed gear is incredibly important. Lifesteal gear is actually very good. Accuracy gear is good. I think that lifesteal gear, people think of that as like as an early game set. It's really not. I would say it has some power in the early game. It's very powerful in the mid game. Putting lifesteal sets on specific champions for specific tasks can be a way to create progress that I think a lot of people ignore, because we're always trying to move past lifesteal and get into savage, or trying to get to more damage or more damage or more damage. But if you die, you can't do damage. And anybody who does a lot of damage can heal a lot. And so there is value in there. And in fact, in my HH free-to-play challenge, I never took my Rathalos out of lifesteal, and I passed everybody else's Rathalos. My Rathalos was the most effective Rathalos in the competition, I think. At least the ones that I saw. He did crazy work for me. He didn't do as much damage. He wasn't hitting as hard in Clan Boss. But I got more dungeon levels than anybody else in the competition. Crop and I were very close. And Crop beat me in some other places. But for pure dungeon levels, like that lifesteal gear on Rathalos was hugely valuable. So like if you can upgrade to 5 and 6-star lifesteal gear on your starter champion, on somebody like Rathalos, that can make a lot of progress too. Accuracy gear can spot fill in when you don't have enough perception gear yet. There's even other stuff that's usable. You know, there is more stuff that's usable from Dragon that you don't necessarily think about that much. But Stalwart's very good, right? Stalwart's very good for tanks. Sometimes that can help you a lot in Clan Boss, especially if you're going the ally protection route. I also, you know, you have Toxic, again, another set that can help you out in Clan Boss if you need to, or any boss, if you need to get a little bit of extra damage out of like your support champions. You know, so I even used Frost sets. When I pull Frost sets, if I could pull good Frost pieces, I try to put them on Provokers in my faction crypts. Right? Because they get a provoke and then they get hit and then they freeze. So it's like a 2-turn crowd control, right? You get the provoke, which is a 1-turn crowd control. Then you get the freeze, which is just another turn of crowd control. So even Frost is usable. The only ones I don't like are Avenging and Daze. I really don't like those. Destroy is a good set. It's not an awesome set, but it's nice to have at least a couple for Scarab. So I mean, Dragon is the place to farm. You will never run out of a need for speed sets. So, but like I said, it's important to get those amulets and banners as well. Thanks, Pavel. Thank you. And Volcano, thank you as well. Smash the like and subscribe. You have Ancora, so your Rathalos can die. That's true, Crop. And, you know, that's fair to say. Like, you know, one of the things about how you build a champion is also the composition of your team. I have Melga. My Rathalos could also die, right? But there are a couple of things. Like, I'll give you one example of a way in which a damage dealer, a nuker in a lifesteal set, can be really useful. When your nuker is weak affinity in Spider. At some point, even if you have another weak affinity Spiderling tank, that tank may die. Now your damage dealer is getting hit. You have a reviver, but that reviver has a cooldown. When your damage dealer dies, you stop doing damage to the boss. The boss is going to get more turns. She's going to start ramping up her damage. She's going to hit you harder. You got to wait for the revive to come back. As soon as the revives come back, it's not 100% health. Your damage dealer starts taking damage again. You know, so it's like you can fall behind and you're done. My Rathalos, even if he was at 10% health when he went, he would heal himself up to 100% with lifesteal gear every time, especially if it was an AoE, right? No problem. But even when he was just single targeting the boss, in most cases, he filled his HP bar up 100%, which means if he did die and I brought him back and he got a turn, he also got a full heal. So, one, he died a lot less. Two, there was less of that cascade effect, the dominoes falling and the whole team getting wiped out. And three, if he did die, the recovery was much easier. So I appreciate like what you're talking about, Crop, but I still think even with a reviver on the team, that Rathalos can do a lot of damage. Now, there is a flip side of it, which is that Crop actually got one extra stage on Spider hard mode than I did, right? And that was probably based on how hard our Rathaloses were hitting. His Rathalos was in Slayer gear, I believe, and his was hitting harder than mine. And there is a point in hard mode Spider where you have to nuke out the wave. If you don't nuke out the wave entirely, you don't do the damage to the boss, and then the Spiderlings start to go and you can get overwhelmed. My Rathalos at stage 6 or something, or stage 7, whatever it was not doing enough damage to clear the wave. And unfortunately, I didn't have enough silver to swap them into a different gear set. I probably could have cleared that dungeon, but I just didn't have the time or the silver. But so there are times where like pure damage is what you want. Pure damage is what you want. But in terms of a free-to-play account, like just get your starter champion into better lifesteal gear. Like upgrade them into better lifesteal gear. They'll do better in arena. They'll do better in dungeons. They'll do better in Doom Tower. They'll do better in faction crypts. They'll do better everywhere, except for a couple of places like Clan Boss. I mean, even in Hydra, the fact that Rathalos could just constantly heal himself up and I didn't have to worry about the sustain from my other champions just made it easy, especially like when my Melga got devoured, right? It's like, well, now Rathalos is going to die and I'll never be able to free Melga and it'll be a cascade event. But it's like Rathalos will heal himself and he'll still free Melga because he still hit hard enough. So, you know, lifesteal gets a bad rap. I think free-to-play players will get a lot of value out of lifesteal gear. How's my Skrank built? My Skrank's not built, I don't think. I was going to build him for a video, but then we decided not to. I don't even know where he is right now. Where's my Skrank? He should be here. There he is. So he's not built. Not booked. I should book him right now. Let's go book him. I got 160 epic tome. That's nice. Been a while since I've booked a champion. Hey, Shooter. Good to see you. Thank you, Darth. I appreciate it. Yes, Stark, you can use Arbiter right away at 5 stars, unbooked. You can. You'll get more value out of her as you 6-star her because you want that. You want the speed from the banner. And probably you want the accuracy or the survivability from a banner as well. And booked, she's better. She is better. But if you're primarily using her as an arena lead, you can start with her at 5 stars. I ran mine at 5 stars for probably 3 or 4 months before I had enough like resources and time, because I pulled Scylla of the Drakes and Arbiter like simultaneously. They were a few days apart, a week apart. And I decided to invest in Scylla of the Drakes, and she gave me, account everywhere, account progress everywhere. And then I built Arbiter next. And so I was able to get to, like she really helped me out in arena just at 5 stars. Hey, Distania. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm a hoarder kind of when it comes to books and stuff like that. Like I have 18 legendary tomes here, and I really don't like having that few legendary tomes. I'd like to have like 28, 30. I want to have at least 2 legendary champions worth of books in reserve. That's usually what I want. But all right, so let's do a takeover of my account. Let's start there. Let's just have some fun and do that. All right, so what's the first thing that we always do, people? What do we do when we do a new account? When we do a takeover? CPR Colred. What kind of name is that? That's a weird name. CPR. Come on. All right, let's check out our logins. Well, first of all, it's a level 100, so I don't know what I'm going to be able to do for this guy. Daily login rewards all the way at the end there, 271 plus days, and on to the Immortal Soul Stones. So this account's been playing for a while. Let's check out the roster. Thanks, Ace. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So nine in a row here. Remember when you have the full screen, it's 10 in a row, but I've shrunk my screen down a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 91 at level 60. 99. 1, 2, 3, 4. 104 6 stars. It's okay. Not too bad. Guy's not pushing that hard, but he's doing good work. Doing good work. Got some good champions. Got some champions we can see that are leveling up right now, such as Armand's almost done. Mastery's almost done. Got to pick his blessing. We got a Nekmothar on the way up, working on masteries. Good. Harima almost done with the masteries. Just a few, 54 more scrolls there. Got a Morag Bronze Lock. Annex. Well, he needs some work. All right, we got Neldor. We need Neldor for Fire Knight hard mode, so that's a good champion to be focusing on. He is booked. That's good. Grand Oak Podrick. Not booked, working on some masteries. Let's see. Is Harima booked? Yes. Is Nekmo booked? No. Is Armand's booked? Yes. Okay. It's like Timit was recently 6-starred. We got a Ruella here. Goffred has a 6-star soul. Has not leveled up his Rathalos yet. Got a lot of 5-star legendaries down here. Got a Tamesia, that's nice. Sir Nicholas, pretty nice. Got a Snick Track. White Queen Ancora. White Queen Ancora deserves to be 6-starred and booked. She should be high on the priority list, I think. Although we've got Nekmo and Podrick as well. So these two guys, and all of these all are, yeah, those are the right champions to be leveling up. But I do think that White Queen Ancora should make the list pretty soon. Honestly, I forgot I ever pulled Rorik. I didn't even know I owned this champion. I didn't even know I owned him. I honestly, I still right at this moment don't remember where he came from. We've got Chronicler Adeline. Adeline. All right. Pretty good roster. Nekmo's first if you're not doing or focusing on arena. Yeah. Nekmo is built. So he's built. He's not all the way built. He still needs to be booked and mastered. I've been distracted by a lot of good legendaries lately. I've been building Razzlevarg. He's almost there. You can see he's really close. He's built. I recently built Eric's. Still working on a couple of books there. I need to choose Ugir's masteries, Ugir's book. There's so much to do. This is why I need a takeover. I get rid of those red dots. All right, so let's see, where do we need to make some progress? Dungeons. Ice Golem stage 7 hard. Not too bad. Let's take a look at the team. Not too shabby. It's a tier team with Emic. I like that team. Might be problematic though, right? You bring in Newt there. You can potentially nuke your boss at the wrong moment, get your team wiped out. Emic can save you a little bit, but not over and over again. So this might just require a little bit of maneuvering. We might need to build a new team for this. I'll have to look into that. I honestly don't know who to build. Spider 10 turns, 38 seconds. Nice team. No problem. That's great. This is a fun team, by the way. Kind of cool. Actually, I'll show this off just in case anybody cares. So the way this works is you have double HP burns, double HP activation. So you need to stagger them. They can't do, you have to put them into the AI because otherwise they'll activate on top of activations. Like it's just bad, or they'll put out HP burns and then put out HP burns when HP burns are up. So you want HP burn, then activation, then HP burn, then activation. Actually, what you really want is HP burn for 2 turns, activate, then HP burns. That's what you want. Now, the way this works is Artak's running slower than Sissia Flametongue, but he gets a speed boost from his passive. So he starts off slower, ends up faster. So if we watch this, let me see if I can do this in slow. So you get the Hex out first, right? So we're going to do Hex with Mithrala. That's going to just increase the damage. We do get ally attacks from Cardiel. Those don't count as turns, by the way. He's just got a 30% chance of joining. 100% chance if it's Sissia. So now he's going to probably do his ally attack. Give everybody the crit damage boost, which is nice. And everybody attacks the boss. Okay. And Newt does some nice damage. And you can see all the ticks from the hexes. We actually had 3 resists on the hexes, which is kind of surprising. Mithrala has like 700 accuracy. So now Sissia should do her AoE HP burn. Now, this is the thing about Sissia. She normally gets an extra turn if she lands every HP burn. But the boss you can't land an HP burn on the boss, right? No HP burns on the boss. So she cannot get the extra turn, which is actually, in this case, helpful. You don't want her to have the extra turn. So she's going to do the AoE HP burn. And hopefully she landed on every spiderling. Again, Cardiel will always join her attack. Now we get Artak. Now Artak hasn't burned his HP yet, right? So he's still slow. What's going to happen is he's going to activate all these HP burns, and that's going to hit his health bar, and it's going to speed him up. So you can see how much HP he just burned through. He is now faster than Sissia. Okay, so now we get Newt. Newt is going to put out his weaken. Oh, no, he's not. I thought he was going to put out his weaken. He did his big hit there, which is weird. I thought he was going to do his weaken. I might have to see if that works differently the other way around. So now we're going to get, I think we get just an A1 maybe? No, we get the strengthen. Okay. So we get the cleanse and the strengthen. Now Cardiel, I don't think he does his cleanse. He might do his cleanse, but I think he might just do an A1. No, he does his cleanse. Okay. You don't need the cleanse. All right, so now you can see Artak has jumped the turn order and is now going ahead of Sissia. So now he will do the AoE HP burn on all of the spiderlings here. And now Sissia will do her activation, which, by the way, when she does it, she always also lands a decreased defense and a weaken. Cardiel always joins her attack. Now we have Mithrala, and then Newt should hopefully pretty much finish it off, although we might have to wait for a couple of ticks on the spiders. Gonna do an AoE. Yep, and there it is. 12 turns there. Obviously the best is 10. It's a pretty good team. I could probably tweak it to be a little bit faster. It might actually be faster if I took Cardiel out of the team. Like, there's potential for that to be true, right? Like, it could be fewer, not faster, but fewer turns, potentially. Because I don't know if the ally attack is actually helpful enough to reduce the number of turns overall. And so remember, he has one wasted turn in the middle where he's cleansing something that doesn't need to be cleansed. So if the ally attack isn't hitting hard enough and the cleanse is a waste, potentially we could remove him and save a couple of turns. He does have a speed aura. I don't know if I'd have to put somebody else in there to maintain the speed, or if they still have enough speed. So potentially I could if I put somebody else in there, then we're going to get the same thing, right? So it would have to literally be like a 4-person team to be faster. I can't just have a 5th person like for the speed aura, because they're going to take turns. Yeah, hold on to that for a while. Spider team could work for Ice Golem. I've tried it, actually. I have tried it. It's not any better than the other team that I have, really. It's slower in the waves, but on the boss, you still have the same problem because you have Newt. And so with the, maybe I could tweak the AI so he doesn't use his weaken or something. I don't know. What I should probably do is run HP Burns and Lydia, or bring in Armiger or something, like have a block revive. I don't know. I don't have a lot of block revive champions. So that would be the best, right? The block revive would be the best, but there's still the RNG of like, when does it go off? Do you actually get the block, and all that stuff. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I could do something like that, Neo. I mean, the danger with Ice Golem is always that you push him past a threshold when both of his ads are up. That is the nightmare scenario. So he has the double damage, right? He gets 50% damage per, or he ignores 50% defense per ad. So he's going to get his massive nuke, and he's going to be able to ignore defense. And even if you survive that, he could freeze you. Depending on his turn meter, he can go again. So sometimes he goes, you hit him, he nukes, you hit him, he goes, and it's like 3 hits really in quick succession without any chance to cleanse or heal or revive or anything like that. So even if the one nuke doesn't kill you, you lose your cycles, the ads start going, it becomes a nightmare. So, I have champions. The roster is fine. I have the builds I need. I just have to spend the time to sit here, tweak it, find a team that I like, which is consistent and relatively fast. You can see my best time here is 8 minutes, 44 seconds. That's not for me. Like, I don't mind a 4 to 5 minute run at stage 10. Like that's okay. I don't mind that. Like, if we look at my dragon run, I think my dragon run's pretty quick. It's a minute 34, so it's like, you want to be able to farm relatively quickly, but it's Ice Golem. Who cares? The only time I farm this is when there's, like an event going on, tournament or something. So if I could get down to like a 4 minute run, that'd be okay. That would allow me to do tournaments relatively quickly. I would love like a 2 minute run. That would be great. I'm not going to rebuild champions for Ice Golem. For me personally, for this account, no. I'm focused on Hydra and Live Arena and Fire Knight hard mode and Phantom Shogun. Like, that's where I'm looking. So, this is like something to tick off the list, but I honestly, it doesn't bother me that I'm only at 7. It's not a focus. It'll get done. I just have to spend the time. Would I build a dupe Artak? For my account? No. I don't think I would. Because I have really good HP burners, AoE HP burners. You know, I have Skrank, I have Mordecai, I have Sissy of Flame Tongue, I have a Tamesia that I haven't built yet. You know, I have an Artak. So like I have a whole bunch. I've got Cupidus, I've got, you know, like there are a lot. I've got a lot of AoE HP burners. So I would not build a second Artak. However, a couple of things to note about having two Artaks, which is really nice, is that they do work well in conjunction. You can use two together and they do great. The other thing is you could build one for some content and another one for solo content. So you could have one built sort of as your standard Artak and a second as your survivability, like solo Artak. He's actually a great solo champion. So you could do like a mortal regen kind of build on him, and he'd be very, very useful. And it's always good to have a solo champion like that. He could solo dragon for you, solo ice golem for you. He might be able to solo spider for you. And that's kind of hard to come by as a champion that can solo spider. There are a few champions that can do it. That's why I'm building my Erics. I'm hoping to get a solo spider champion. So yeah, you could build them. But it really depends on your account, what your goals are, what other champions you have. Okay, so let's look at Fire Knight's Castle. Stage 5. It's disappointing. It's an okay team. Now, I've got Lady Mikage coming in. And I've got Neldor coming in. Lady Mikage is not fused yet. But the plan was to actually fuse her during this CVC. So I'll take a look at the calendar, see if there's a champion chase or something coming. I don't think there is. It usually doesn't happen at the same time as a CVC. But I've been talking about fusing this Lady Mikage for like 4 months. And I did partially fuse her. Like I fused 3 of the 4 champions. So I still have to fuse the Tatsu. I'll do that during this CVC, as long as it seems like we're competitive for the PR CVC. I will go ahead and do this, and we're winning right now. It's not a huge margin, but we're winning. We have a decent lead here, so I'll definitely want to make sure I contribute, and hopefully we can win this, and I can get my 250,000. So should be able to do that. All right, so what's up with this Altar of Souls thing? I have not really looked at this. Don't forget to put some points in my mini account. I'm not playing a second account right now. What account do I have? Oh, you mean my HH free to play account? Yeah, I could probably find a way to put a few points in there, help you guys out. I totally forgot it's still in Sun's plan. All right, and yeah, so what's this? We just get a single summon. It's a 3 to 6 star legendary, 3 to 6 star epic, 5 or 6 star rare. It's from this pool, I assume. I guess you don't get to use like your wish list. You get points for this? During a soul summon pool event. Okay. We got a 10% chance of a 6 star legendary. That would be huge. You can't get mythicals. That's actually okay. I don't mind that, right? Like taking the mythicals out actually helps. I think that's a good choice. That's interesting idea, Mirza. You're right. I could set it up with a Drang. I do have a good Drang built. Talking about Spider, yeah. All right, is there any reason not to pull this? Is there like an overlap that's coming? There isn't like a Soul Chase tournament coming, is there? Let's go ahead and look at the calendar. There is a Champion Chase starting on Friday. Okay, so there's no overlap. This is what's happening. Okay. All right, well, let's pull it. Let's have some fun. Let's look at the pool for a second. So I do have my Cardiel 6-star soul. I don't own a Terrace or a Kaya here. Arbiter, yeah, it would be okay. Yukaro would be nice. 6-star Yukaro soul would be nice. Valkyrie could be nice. Nekmo would be awesome. 6-star Nekmo. Artak would be great. Uko could be really good too. Helicath would be beautiful. I do have a Mashalad now. He's not built yet either. 6-star Mithrala would be great. 6-star Newt. That's the winner. That would be the winner. 6-star Newt would help me more than anything else. Or a 6-star Harima could be really nice too. And I do have Emic and Elva. Both of those would be great. As far as the epics are concerned, maybe a 6-star Shamil would be cool for Hydra. And a 6-star Seer would be great for waves. So those would probably be the two I would want first. Maybe a 6-star Royal Guard. 6-star Genbo would be awesome as well. And then as far as the rares are concerned, the only one I think I would really, really want would be a 6-star Cold Heart. Although I would be happy with a 6-star Athel. I'd be happy with a 6-star Bellower. Yeah. Make a poll. Rare, epic, or Lego. Okay, let's make a poll. We should do a poll. Man, I can barely see. There we go. We'll give it about 2 minutes. Let's see what people say. You think I'm going to hit a rare soul, an epic soul, or a legendary soul? I have a feeling it's going to be a rare, but it's going to be a good rare. I think maybe it'll be like a 6-star Frozen Banshee. The thing is, I think I have like a 5-star on Frozen Banshee. I'm not even sure. That is one of the things to think about here is like, I have certain souls on certain, like I had a chance to buy a 4-star Genbo soul in the shop, but I didn't have the essences. And that was really frustrating because 4 stars is where you get the extra crit damage. Because I have a 3-star soul right now. So it's like that. Sometimes getting that 4-star soul could be really helpful on the damage dealers. You don't always need a 6-star soul, but 6-star souls on certain champions can be really, really valuable. If I hit a 6, it'd be great. If I hit a 5 on a good champion, I'll be really happy. If I get a 3-star, not going to be thrilled with a 3-star. A lot of people splitting the difference here. 55% epic, 24% rare, 20% legendary. All right. I know you're rooting for the legendary, but you're picking the rare because nobody trusts Raid to do well by anybody when it comes to RNG. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm saying probably 5-star rare, but hopefully a good rare. That's what I think it's going to be. Here we go. Do it. Come on. One time. It's an epic. It's a good champion. It's a bad number of stars. That's unfortunate. And I think I already have a 3-star Taragi soul. So the epics, you were right. It was an epic. Let's see if this is even applicable. So this would be my second Taragi. So let's go see where my I don't think my Taragi's built. I think he's a 4-star right now. But let's see. Taragi is an epic. And he is Shadowkin. Here he is. Oh no, I have no soul on him. Okay. Why did I think I had a 3-star? Maybe on my Noob versus Pro account or on my HH account. No, it must have been my Noob versus Pro account. I've got a soul on him. Okay, so it's a usable soul. It's not awful. Not great. Where is he? Here he is. Let's apply that soul. I did not get my Taragi for a very long time, like past the 2-year mark. So that's why he's not built. Okay, so what do we do next in the takeover? We check out Clan Boss. We already checked out Clan Boss. Hydra. Okay, so I've got some Hydra teams going. So these are currently the 3 Hydra teams I'm working on. So I've got this team here, new team 12, which is not bad, right? It's got 2 provokes with the Seeker and the Islan. It's got a nice AoE HP burn. It's got an AoE slow, AoE hex. It's got the buff strip and block debuffs. Sorry, block buffs, debuff. Sustain, cleanse. Doesn't really have a great Head of Torment solution. That's really the weakness here with this. There's no Head of Torment solution. But it's got a good solution, the AoE Hex. It's got a good solution for every other head. Head of Wrath is no problem with the Strengthen and the Ally Protect. I've got 2 cleanses. So really the only issue is the Head of Torment. And it is an issue. But that's a pretty good team. Now, Team 13 actually isn't supposed to be Cardiel lead. It's supposed to be Razelvarg lead. But the problem I found with the Razelvarg lead is I didn't have a cleanse. So not quite right there. This is a really nice combo. It's a very good team. It worked really well. I got 100 million on Brutal, I think, with it this week, or 80 million, 100 million, full auto. I got 100 million or 80 to 100 million, something like that, on Brutal. So good team. Good team with the Cardiel in the lead. Now, potentially I could put Elva in the lead. And Elva does a lot of the things that Cardiel does, but she also has a speed boost. Now, the reason I haven't done that is because I have Lydia here, who has the speed boost. So, but potentially I could just swap Elva in there, leave Cardiel down here. The other thing was I was originally running this team up here, you can see, with Sissia and Royal Guard, and that was really nice. That was similar to this team down here. And Sissia and Cardiel always, team up, so that's an option. And then here is my last team with Nekmothar, Newt, and Husk. You can see the issue here, of course, is that Mithrala is also on this team. So I've got to figure out how to tweak. I think, my 2 best Hex champions are Mithrala and Archer. Great choices, right? Those are 2 great champions to have. So I have to figure out a third really good Hex option. Could end up being Kemtham, could end up being somebody else. But that won't, that team will only have to deal with hard mode, right? Because it's going to be Nightmare, Brutal, and Hard. So whoever that Hex champion turns out to be, it's not going to be a high difficulty. So. Hey, Live Wild is back. Good to see you, Liv. There are no takeovers today. This is just a celebration. Just a celebration. Taking over my own account. Pekka Mahalder, got your first unkillable tune today. Very close to 1K. 1 key Ultra Nightmare this month has been a real game changer for my account. Yes, it is. Yeah, Ninja is replaceable, sure. I could put Sissia there. She would probably be better than Ninja. Honestly, I don't remember why Ninja ended up there. Like, these teams, I kind of built these teams and I've been tweaking it, and like I've been playing Hydra at the like utmost of my capacity in the sense that like I've been doing the HH free to play challenge, then we had the baby, you know, like everything's been going on, and Hydra is like the last thing on my list to do every week. And so I get here and I'm like, oh crap. And then, you know, like the thing that I have set up doesn't quite work. So it's not like I've planned these teams. I sat down with a friend, kind of planned out some of these teams and then had to tweak them because like Necmo wasn't built yet. Razzlevarg wasn't built yet. He was on the way up. And so when the keys came around, like I didn't have my masteries yet. And then I realized I didn't have a cleanser yet. You know, so it's like it's been piecemeal. It hasn't been really intentional. It's been sort of a little bit of intention with a lot of just desperation thrown at it. You know, oh my God. So, yeah. We do, Brandon. We have a new little one in the house. He is home. He is happy. He is healthy. He is safe. He's beautiful. And we're so excited to have him. So he is with his mama and his nana right now, hanging out in the other room, just down the hallway. Can't wait to go see him. Thank you. Thank you. He's the best thing. He's the best thing. Literally, I can't tell you how happy I am. Like, I have had no sleep. I've had no sleep, but I just feel like I'm on a high, you know? I'm just on a high. And my wife's an absolute and utter champion. She did a fantastic job. I'm so proud of her. And yeah, and every single time I think about it, and I start to talk to people about it, like the one thing, because I can't share that much because, you know, we're trying to maintain a certain level of privacy. I can't share that much. But every single time I think about the experience, I want to say to people, I'm like, just call your mother today. Call your mother today. Say hello. Tell her you love her. Because she's been through a lot for you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody's. Thanks so much for all the well wishes. And I have been, you know, I've from time to time I've checked the channel and read some of the comments. I haven't had the energy or the time or whatever to sit down and reply to the comments. So if you've been commenting on the recent videos, I have read many of them, not all of them. I haven't even had the time to read all of them. But, you know, a lot of the well wishes coming through there and all that stuff. And it's just been great. And I know my wife really appreciates it as well. It was funny. I put up the announcement in the Discord, just a quick announcement. I wanted to tell everybody that he was born and he was healthy. And I think I put it up, and within 60 seconds, it had like 100 reactions. I was like, wow, there are a lot of people online right now. I was just like, whoa, I didn't think that would happen. But so that was just very special and sweet. So thank you. Alex, yeah, I've worked on letting go of the need to like control or fix things, right? I've worked hard on that. It's a natural thing. You know, like you always want to step in and do what you can for your family, for your wife, for your child, for your whoever it is, right? That's the instinct. Step in, fix the problem, you know, sacrifice, put your body on the line if you got to, you know, like that's an instinctive thing. But there are some things we don't have control over where we can't help, you know, and you have to take on a different role. And so that's what I did. I tried to as much as possible. And it's emotionally difficult. It is absolutely emotionally difficult to see somebody who you care about struggling and know that there is literally nothing that you can do. No thing that you can do to solve the problem, take away the pain, get to the result faster. Like there's nothing you can do but wait and support and be patient and stay calm when you feel anything but calm, and stay, you know, positive when you have fear, and to stay supportive when you feel like you need support. Like all of those things, that's a challenge. But you know, you can do it. You can do it. If you commit to it, you can do it. So yeah. Hey, Great Dane, good to see you. What do you need to do for me to take over my account? Yeah, so right now, so a couple of things. Let's talk about the takeovers on Tuesday. So there's no takeover today. I'm taking over my own account because it's more of a baby celebration stream. So normally on Tuesdays when I do Takeover Tuesday, all you have to do is become a member of the Discord community. We have a little channel in there with a wheel. Everybody signs up. You get your name on the wheel, and basically we spin the wheel and we randomly pull the accounts. We usually try to do at least 2, sometimes 3 takeovers per week. That's all you have to do. That's totally free. Now, we will be offering paid takeover services. That's something we've been talking about for like 6 months. Hasn't happened yet. And part of the reason it hasn't happened yet is because between the HH challenge and the baby stuff, I just haven't had any time. But the good news is the HH challenge is over. The baby is here. And you think, okay, well, I'm going to have less time now that the baby's here, but it's more predictable. It's more under our control, at least for the next several weeks while my wife is home. We have a lot of support from our families. I'm going to try to get some things squared away. Obviously, Son has kept the ball rolling here on the channel. He's been doing a great job. So, we're going to put some time and effort into getting some paid takeover services available. So hopefully in the next, say, 2 months, we're going to have paid coaching, paid takeovers, stuff like that. So if you're trying to get a takeover and you just can't seem to win one for free and you're willing to, you're interested in paid services, you can reach out and let us know. We'll start putting together a list and tell you when that can happen. Again, all of that's going to happen through the Discord. But yeah, that's something that we've been planning on doing for months and months, and it just hasn't quite happened yet. But it is happening imminently. And yeah, that's basically it. Now, as far as the services I'm going to be offering, I'm probably not going to do massive takeovers. So sometimes, content creators will do a Hydra team build, like Nightmare Hydra build for your account. I'm not doing that. I'm not interested in that. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it personally. So I'm going to focus more on coaching. And so, a lot of it'll be us sitting together, talking about the account, planning some things. I'm happy to do champion rebuilds. I'm happy to do dungeon teams, happy to do clan boss teams, help you with arena. I can help you with what I can help you with. But it's going to be much less of here's a $400 package for an Ultra Nightmare clan boss thing. It's more likely going to be let's sit down for 90 minutes, review your account, talk about it, plan a team for your Hydra, plan a team for your clan boss. I can help you with the calculator. It's going to be that kind of stuff. And I'm not going to do paid gear cleanses. I don't want to. Or maybe I will, but I'm going to charge a lot of money. I'm going to charge a lot of money for gear cleanses. So yeah, so those things will be coming down the line. We have a baby boy, Andrew. Yeah, big boy, very big boy. But yeah, he's great. He's home. He's sleepy. He's chill. He's pretty chill. He's not a loud baby yet. He may get very loud. You don't know. He can get that mouth open really wide. And I know he's got a set of lungs on him. And my family's not a quiet family. If you can't tell by the tone I use when I'm live streaming, we're not quiet people. So I'm sure he'll have some volume on him, but right now he's pretty chill. Thank you, Yobi. Appreciate it. Thank you, Roberto. Yeah, that's true. Cool. 6 figures for gear cleanses. Oh no, oof. 6 figures for gear. I have no idea what I'll have to check the market prices because I've never charged for takeovers and I've never paid for a takeover. So I don't know what the actual market value is. I'm the free to play guy. I'm here for the players. I don't want to overcharge. I don't want to set my prices too high, but also when you're doing a business, you have to set your prices based on what you think your time is worth. And I don't want to do 20 hours a week of takeovers for, below market value. And feel like I'm just a slave to doing takeovers. That's not what I want to get into this for. I like helping people out, but I like coaching. I do like one-on-one coaching quite a bit, actually. I really enjoy that. And that's why I want to do those kinds of takeovers. But again, I got to balance time making videos with time with the baby and the family, and then time, coaching. Let's replay the idiom. Are you talking? Which idiom are we talking about? Did I use an idiom? Are we talking about Deadwood Jedi's idioms? Did you guys see that? That was so funny when that happened. I tried to just keep rolling with it, and I couldn't. I could not do that. I was just like, I just tried, and I just broke down. He was like, he was so funny. He was so funny. Kai, oh my God. I was like, did you really just do that? And he didn't, it didn't even occur to him, you know? And you didn't see all of it because we did trim some. I mean, you saw the event as it unfolded. But I mean, we actually laughed about it for like 5 minutes. We couldn't keep recording. So you didn't get to see all of the jokes afterwards, what we were talking about. But he was just like, you know, two idioms that individually are completely harmless. You put them together and you end up with something awful. That was so funny. That was so funny. Yeah, Roberto, no, good question. We were actually going to do it last week and then baby stuff happened. So that is a plan. I really like that idea. I'm going to take over Son's account at some point. So part of the debate has been, should it be a live stream or should it be a video? And that's a good question. Let me put that as a poll. Would you prefer to see that as a live stream or a video? Let's do that. Why not both? It's just about organization and time and stuff. You know, when we do a live stream, turning that into a video there's some technical challenges to that. You can do it. It's not impossible to do, but a lot of times a live stream can be 3 hours long. You know, I can do a 2.5 hour takeover, and turning a 2.5 hour video into like a 30-minute edited video is a lot of work for him. And so it tends to be that when I do my videos, I try to script them out. And so, you know, even if it's like an hour recording, we can get that down to 45 minutes and that's not overwhelming for him to do. Or if it's, you know, 40 minutes, we can get it down to 30 minutes. But doing a 2.5 hour takeover and turning that into say even a 45-minute video would be a lot of work. So. Yeah, that's a good call, Destania. I don't think he has shown some inclination to startling when loud noise comes, but it's not voices. Loud voices don't seem to bother him at all. You can talk around him and he sleeps through it. At least so far. He sleeps through everything so far. Yeah, Deadwood's very likable. He's a very likable guy. Hey, Michael. Thank you. I hope you have a good evening as well. Yeah, you know, Son does a lot. Editing's not his only job, you know, and just from a standpoint of like us being effective as a business, the fewer hours he spends editing, the more time he has to do other things. You know, whether that's community managing or, you know, researching something or skilling up or doing thumbnails or whatever. You know, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that he does. And so we don't want to overwhelm his time with editing. Additionally, you know, we are hoping to get back to our second channel and do a little bit more over there. We've got an idea for like 3 other channels. There's explorations to happen here. We're still learning, but hopefully, you know, as we progress, there'll be opportunities to work, you know, on other channels as well. And so again, like what would be preferable is I record a 45-minute video. The final form of that 45-minute video is 40 minutes, you know, and it takes an hour to edit tops, you know, and then you're done. So like you could do the whole thing in 2 hours. I could start at 11 a.m. He could have it posted by, you know, 2 p.m. because it has to render. And then we're done and we're on to other things. Yeah, that's true, son. It's just, you can't pull the VOD. You have to record when you do the VOD. Or now when you do the VOD. When you do the live stream, you have to record it locally. Because if you don't record it locally, you can't pull it off of YouTube because the quality is awful. And it's just really, it takes forever to do anyway. So, yeah, Rathalos is good. Rathalos is solid. Oh, look at this. I don't even have any champions in here. Let's get some champions going. I need to rebuild my mystery shard count. It's gotten low. That April Fool's thing didn't help. Okay, so I do need to do some clan versus clan stuff. So let's go ahead and look to upgrade the skills on some champions. Now, I think Elva's done. She's just missing a couple of A1 books, so I don't really want to waste books on that right now. Razelvarg, same thing. He's missing some A1 books, but that's okay for now. Nekmo and Podrig need books, but Podrig isn't ready. He's not even close. I think I'll book Nekmo for now. Now, can I skip books? I can skip books on the A1. I don't need the A1. I need the A2 and the A3. Passive doesn't take a book. So hopefully I got a chance to do this with just 7 books. I think what we'll do is let's do a full 6. Hopefully we missed the A1 a bunch. We did not miss the A1 a bunch. We landed all of them in the A1. So now we have to book all the way out. So now it's 5 more books. Okay. And we need to do some ascensions. We need to get into... we do need to get into the Arcane Keep and get some more of these. So let's go ahead and run this a few times. I have Estrid. I will hold her for a chase. Yes. What blessing would I give Lady Mikage? That's a good question. I honestly don't know. I guess it depends on the content that you're using her for. If like your focus is going to be, say, Fire Knight, you know, like if that's where you're really going to use her, then maybe Cruelty. I mean, how would she do in, like, she's good for waves. I'm trying to think of how, I honestly don't know. I'd have to spend a little time comparing and thinking about it. Because there are, like, in waves, there are a bunch of different things. You could do Soul Reap on her. You could do Lightning. Like, there's so many things you could put on her that would have some value, but I don't know what is optimal. And I have to think about it for a minute. Because I have thought about it. I've done a little bit of research on it because I knew that I was fusing her soon. And yet I still haven't, I don't think I've come to a decision yet because I don't actually have the champion yet. So it's not critical. So it's just like contemplation, theory, crafting. But go on hellhades.com and see what they say. YST does a lot of those guides. And he's a smart guy when it comes to that kind of stuff. So like we just look at what they, let's say, I got her in here as Lady Mick. That's just a weird. I guess that makes sense. All right, Lady Mikage. What blessings do they say? Polymorph, which makes sense for Arena, and then Brimstone, which makes sense for Clan Boss. And I like both of those, and I do think those are both good. Again, these are things that, you know, depending on where you're going to use her. If you're going to use her in Arena, Polymorph could be great. If you're going to use her in Clan Boss, Brimstone could be great, unless you have another Brimstone already, and you don't need her to have the Brimstone. So if you're not going to use one of those, I think, you know, Cruelty is always an option. Also depends how many stars you have. You got a 4-star blessing, so you know, there are some blessings that you don't really care about unless you get 5 or 6 stars. So not sure. Not 100% sure. I could also see like funky builds with, you know, emergency heal or phantom touch, or, you know, there are other things you could use on her. Like phantom touch gives you an extra hit potentially in the Fire Knight, right? But it's not reliable unless it's 6 stars. So it's like, you know, is it worth it? Should you go for a better blessing? The good news is, I think on a champion like Lady Mikage, there are very few wrong answers. Like any of the good blessings, any of the blessings that you'd likely choose are probably applicable for her. You know, there aren't too many where you're like, yeah, don't use that one. That doesn't make any sense. Where you would still use it on somebody else. You know what I mean? So. Rick, this is not a takeover. I'm taking over my own account today. I have not played my main account all week because we were in the hospital having a baby. So I really haven't played much in the last 7 days. And so I'm just taking over my own account to get it back up to speed a little bit and just celebrating with people and hanging out. Darth Malgus is the guy from the Old Republic. He was the first big bad guy from the MMO. Right? That was Malgus? Wasn't that Darth Malgus? Or was Malgus the other guy? Darth Malgus was the guy. No. Was that Malgus? Yeah. Yeah. He's the guy. I mean, he was in the like the trailers for the Old Republic. Such a great MMO, by the way. I loved that MMO. Eventually they kind of, I wouldn't say they ruined it, but it became something very different. All right, so people are saying it should be a live stream. Son, people are preferring the live stream option. Of course, I'm asking the poll in the live stream. So these are the people who come and watch the live stream. You've read 71 Star Wars books. You are a super nerd. I read all of the Timothy Zahn books, and I read a few of the series after that. And then I got ticked off because George Lucas is a jerk, I guess. That's why I got ticked off. And he is. Like, he's a jerk. He's clearly a jerk. He's an egotistical jerk who did a really cool thing one time and then just is like, thinks of himself as something that he's not, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it was even before then, right? I mean, if you go all the way back to the prequels, like he got to the prequels. This is before. All right, you touched on a nerve here. If we're going to talk Star Wars, because I love Star Wars, but forget the Disney thing. That happened much, much later. What happened early on is about 7 to 8 years after the first series ended. So after Return of the Jedi came out, Lucas Arts officially licensed the like Star Wars universe and started to have authors write books that were canon. They were canon. They were official parts of the Star Wars universe. This wasn't just like, yeah, you can use my stuff if you want and license it. They were official, right? And they wrote stories, and they were amazing stories. Authors worked really, really hard to write amazing stories in the Star Wars universe. Better than Lucas ever did. Like, whatever Lucas is, like, he's talented in some ways. He's not a great writer. He's just not a great writer, right? Like, I mean, everybody knows how bad the dialogue in Star Wars is. You know, like, he's just not a great writer. Really, really talented writers worked really, really hard to create hundreds of novels in the Star Wars universe that created new characters and talked about the issues and with, you know, Jedi and the Force and Dark Force, blah, 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 and all this stuff. Got much more into the philosophy of it, got much more into the ethics of it, got much more into like the nuance of it. And then he decided he wanted to make prequels. And rather than go and look at that stuff that the other authors had written and use that as source material, even work with that to repair some of the holes, right? Like to repair some of the problems with the initial Star Wars trilogy. What he did is he said, I don't care about any of that. I'm the guy who wrote the original thing. I'm going to write it the way I want. But for a decade, your audience, more than a decade, for 13 years or whatever it was, your fans, your audience has been consuming these novels and thinking of them as the actual continuation of the story. And then because you're egotistical or lazy or whatever, you say, all you millions of people who have made me a billionaire, all of the people who not only watched the movies and bought the merchandise and read the books, I don't give a shit about your opinion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start the way I want to start. I'm going to go back to what I think is the story. And I'm going to ignore all of that stuff that you loved and paid for. Thanks for the money. No refunds. But I don't care. And when you complain about it, I'm going to say people are stupid and shallow and you know, like he complains about his fans. You know, it's like, what the hell, dude? And then he did it again. Then he got to, you know, he's like, you know what? I'm going to sell this to Disney for $5 billion. He did. Disney made movies. You sold your rights to your intellectual property. You sold your rights. And of course, you're going to get asked the question like, hey, what do you think about, you know, the new movie? What do you think about The Force Awakens? And it's like, it's not the story that I imagined. It's, you know, my story would have been better. Then make it, dude, or shut the hell up. Do you know how many thousands of people worked on that movie? Do you know how many millions of fans watched it and loved it? It's like, I don't think it's a perfect movie or anything like that, but it's no longer yours. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I don't like him. I don't like the man. I love Star Wars. I love Star Wars. George Lucas is a jerk. He's an egotistical jerk. Anyway. Anyway. You know. In a weird way, it's funny because it mirrors Raid a little bit. Like, you know how we all love the game, but we hate Plarium? That's how I feel about Star Wars. I love Star Wars, and I hate some of the people who have had control of Star Wars. George Lucas, first and foremost. Like, he's a bad steward for the IP. He was a bad steward for the IP. Anyway, I don't like to talk negatively about people, but he has taken something that I've loved and just trampled all over it with an attitude about it too. It's like, it's mine. It's like when you write something, when you create something, if you painted a picture and you sold that painting in a gallery, somebody came and bought it. And then they hung it on a wall, they put it in a frame, whatever. And you came to their house and you didn't like the frame it was in or where they hung it. Or you didn't like the colors that were like 10 years later, you're like, you know, I don't like that painting as much as I used to. And you came over their house and painted over it. You know, you're like, I'm going to change some things. I'm going to add some stuff. They'd be like, what the hell are you doing? You're defacing my property. Like, it's not yours anymore. You painted it. It's done. You sold it. It's done. It's done. You don't get to change it. It's not yours. You don't own it. Right? I just had a baby boy. Like, I created him. My wife created him, but he's not ours to just, like, I don't like you. I'm going to rearrange. Like, you don't, that's not what it is. Like, the act of creation, when you're, it's in a consumer standpoint, when there's an audience, like, you lose control of your product. I'm doing that every week. I make a video. You know, I don't know, whatever, however many videos I make a week, 3 or 4 videos a week. Once they're out there, they're no longer mine. They belong to the people who are viewing them. Right. And each of, like, somebody might say, your video was super boring. And I can say, I don't think it was, but I can't say, no, it's not. Like, if somebody said, hey, your video was boring, then it was. It was. That was their experience. They had a bad time watching my video. They turned it off, whatever, because it was boring them. That's true. That actually happened. You know, but George Lucas would be the guy who'd be like, no, you don't understand the video. It's actually a really exciting video and you're just a bad viewer. Like, that's what he would do. He's that guy, you know? Or he'd be like, well, let me go back and paint over the video to try to make it better. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Anyway, we've all been talking Star Wars for the last little bit here. All right, so what else can I do today? Let me go to my daily quests. How far along am I on my advanced quests? Tag Team Arena, let's get that out of the way so we can get our faction crypts done. Little Red. I like that. Little Red. Mini Red. Hey, Darth, you have a good one. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. I played that a couple of times. I actually played that before Raid and after Raid. When I quit Raid, I went back to Galaxy of Heroes, and then I quit Galaxy of Heroes and came back to Raid. That is a game that takes a lot of time to play. I was playing that for like 9-10 hours a day, and then I came back to Raid because I was only playing Raid like 2-3 hours a day. And of course, now I'm playing Raid like 16 hours a day. Yeah, whatever. He says he fails at dialogue. You know how to not fail at dialogue? Hire somebody else to do the dialogue. If you suck at dialogue and you know it, and you force us to listen to your dialogue, then you're either not serving your audience or you're bad at making movies. He's got a great imagination. He has an incredible imagination. He's not a great storyteller. Yeah, he just makes me mad. George Martin is another guy who makes me mad. I mean, you know, I'm not a published author. I didn't make movies, whatever, but I'm a writer, you know, and I don't like people who don't respect their audience. You know, it's like you want us to love you and you want us to pay you, but you don't want to hear our opinions and you don't care what our experience is. That's a bad artist. That's a bad commercial art. Like, that's a bad commercial artist. If you don't care about your audience, then do art for yourself. That's fine. A lot of people do that. A lot of people don't try to make millions or billions of dollars with their art. They just do it because they love the creation. And they're the only opinion that matters. And that is totally valid and fine. But you don't get to sell your art to the public and then tell the public that they don't get a voice in like the experience. You know? Or you can, I guess. You can do whatever you want. But you're a jerk if you do. This is my point. And Martin's the same way. I don't like him either. I really don't like him. the ego on some of these people. To a certain extent, Rowling is the same, right? JK with Harry Potter. There's a level of arrogance there too that's hard to take sometimes. Yeah, the loss of some of the, the Legends thing, the Star Wars Legends thing, that's really frustrating now. I mean, it's a money making tactic, right? It's like rebooting a movie series. Like, oh, we're gonna reboot this or we're gonna reboot that and like do it again and do it again. It's like, how many times do they have to reboot Spider-Man? Well, as many times as it makes money. How many times do you reboot Batman? Well, as many times as it makes money. And it's like, there's no canon. There's just the current version. But it didn't always used to be that way. That's like a new invention. It's like it used to be that canon meant something. When you called something canon, it meant it wasn't going to change. And now it's like, oh, this is the current canon. And that's just the way that like media has gone because it makes billions of dollars. So to some extent, I can't be too upset at like the business end of it, that the industry is moving in this direction. It's like, okay, that's just the evolution. And that's understandable to a certain extent. I don't like it, but it's understandable. But it's individuals. It's individuals I have the problem with. When individuals think they're smarter than the people that they're serving. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, I know what's best for you. Like, really? You do? It's like, yeah, and in fact, what you want, I don't care about. I'll tell you what you want. You consume it the way I tell you to, and then say thank you. Like that attitude, that's insane. That's the level of like megalomania. But whatever. All right, I'm gonna get off this topic because I'm very happy right now, and I don't want to talk about that. I'm not. That's one. It's really like you couldn't pick a topic that I would happily get more angry about. Like I don't get angry about a lot of stuff. I don't live in an angry place. You know what I mean? Most of my days I walk through. I deal with whatever arises. I tend to deal with humor, or like focus, patience, and a whole lot of other tools. Anger is a thing that I'm familiar with, certainly, but I don't like to dwell in that place. It's not where I'm at my best. It's not where I do my best work. Sometimes, when I was playing a lot of sports, I typically play sports angry, because it's just a way to get energy and focus out of myself. But that's like off the field. No, that's not a thing for me. I don't like to do that. But you want to talk about George Lucas and Star Wars? I will very happily be in an angry place for hours. I'll rant about that. Like how many mistakes that have been made. And, the amazing thing is how many good things have come out of it. Like you go and you can look at things like there's so many cool, like we were just talking about Galaxy of Heroes. There's, Knights of the Old Republic, Star Wars, the Old Republic, movies, books, novelizations, like so many cool things. So much cool fan interaction, at conventions. Like go online, just go on YouTube and just search any kind of Star Wars stuff and just start looking at what's out there. It's amazing. I mean, there are fan films. Like it used to be fanfic. Like people used to, create their own Star Wars stories. Now they film their own Star Wars movies and put it on YouTube. There's crazy good stuff. It's really fun. It's really cool. So like, that's where I want to dwell. That's the positivity that I want to dwell on. Hey, Freaky, congrats. Let's see. What do I need to so here's Astrid, Chronum. Oh girl. Okay, so I don't necessarily need to pull any of those. But I should fuse Lady Mikage. So let's see how we're doing here. Okay, so that Fire Gun Isabel is the one that I'm saving. And this is the one that I'm fusing. That's the one I'm using. That's the one I'm using. I haven't booked any of these. All right, cool. I think we can fuse her right now. Why don't we go ahead and do that for the CVC point? Was this 20,000 or 30,000? Gold. 30,000. 30,000 points for CVC. Now I have to do. I don't think I booked the Kira. I think the Kira is just. I just fused her. I think she's just ready to go. I took her to 6 stars and got her ready. Let's go ahead and look. All right, so Kira doesn't have any skills or anything, right? Okay. And then Tot. Okay. Mikage is 1,000 champion chase points. Yeah, that's not bad. 1,000 champion chase points is nice. I don't typically struggle with champion chase. Right? I dedicate my shards to the champion chase and the summon rush, and for the most part that's where I pull my shards now, except for voids, which I do during 2 times. So I don't typically struggle with champion chase, and as you can see, like I've got a lot of fragment legendary still to pull. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I've got 4 more epics. So champion chases are, it's nice to have that. It's nice to have that, but at the same time, I want my Lady Mikage, and there's a double dip right now with the CVC. So, you know, we're doing all right. Let's see. What have we got in terms of points now? We're up to 84,000. So I need 250,000 though. And I'm not going to be playing actively, right? You know, like as soon as this stream's over, I got to go hang out with my baby for several hours and give my wife a break and change him and feed him and play with his pudgy little feet. And, you know, got to get some things done around the house. Got to get the laundry done. Got to, you know, got to do all the things. So I don't have a ton of time to like commit to the CVC and play it. Let's just look at what the objectives are right now. Minotaur objectives, that's good. Iron Twins objectives and Forge objectives. Those are all good for me, actually. So let's go ahead and just keep completing these. Let's get the crypt keys out of the way. Hey, Colred, I'm 1 fragment away from getting High Mother Mod. Nice. And have 5 chests to pull on Sunday. Want to pull it for me and be the first to get her. Could be good content. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate the offer. It is tempting, but I also just I can't right now. So thanks. Yeah. I can't really plan on anything because I don't really know what each day is going to look like. But you should pull her and enjoy her. If you want, what I would suggest, actually, if you enjoy doing that kind of stuff, come to the Discord. We have a channel where you can live stream, hang out with people, pull her there. People will talk about it. You can go ahead and like, you know, start building her, getting her into something. It'd be fun. Yeah, one of the things I don't know is once you get her, does that stop or can you keep converting fragments? I'm assuming you can keep converting fragments, right? Can you get multiple copies of her or does it change into just the other rewards? I don't know. I do like High Mother Mod. I think she's a good champion. I was a little bit surprised at how few fragments I got. Like I thought I had more fragments just hanging out, waiting. But I've actually been on a tear recently with fusions and I've failed I've only ever failed 3 fusions, apparently. I just went through the whole list like last week before we went, to have the baby. And I was talking about like all the different fusions. It was probably in a live stream. And I realized I've only ever failed 3 fusions. So there are some fusions that I've chosen to skip that I had some fragments for. But I haven't skipped that many recently. So as a result, it's like I didn't have nearly as many fragments hanging out as I thought I would. It keeps going. Yeah. Ooh. I'm telling you, I'm running low on energy already. A little caffeine. What blessing should you use for Astra? That's a good question. I think Astrid's very good. First of all, I think she's really good. I'm just looking at her right now. While this is running, I'm just looking at her. So she has an extra turn, obviously. So I always oh man. Sorry about that. My brain's a little melted. It's kind of mushy right now. Okay, so one of the things you want to consider is where you're going to use her. One really good place to use her, I think, is going to be Hydra. She has an AoE decreased speed, an AoE weaken. She also has an AoE increased attack and AoE increased speed. All of those work really well for Hydra. Plus the heal. So if you're using her for Hydra, that would be one consideration. If you think you're going to use her, say, in Arena, that might be a different consideration. She could also be a really good Arena champion with the AoE weaken, the decreased speed, the turn meter drop, the turn meter fill, the increase. Like, she's perfect for Arena as well. I think you would use different blessings there. Now, you can use her in both places in the same build. Of course you can. But then, think about how you want to use that. So, also, if you're using her in Hydra, think about the blessings you have on other champions. So, for instance, in Hydra, like, Cruelty is really good to have on somebody. Right, you want to lower the defenses of the heads, and that's better on an AoE champion. So Cruelty is an option for her. Likewise, depending on your team, if you don't have another champion that has Brimstone, AoE, legendary champion, that's great for Brimstone. You get it on some, one of the heads. Okay. So those are options. Now, if you're using her in Arena, depending on where you're using her in Arena, now you're thinking like Polymorph, potentially. Polymorph is powerful on a lot of champions, and a lot of legendaries who you use in Arena, you can think about Polymorph on. You could also think about, what's the presence one for intimidating presence, right? So you could use that because she's got a speed aura. You could boost her speed aura even more. You might have that on somebody else, though. If you have that somewhere else in your Arena team, then you don't need it on her. You could certainly do, because she provides heals, right? And this is another Hydra thing. She provides heals. You could think about emergency heal. You could think about, that for restoring HP. Now, she does her heal based on her turn meter fill. So whenever this champion or an ally has their turn meter increased, whenever they have their turn meter increased, it is on a 1-turn cooldown, but whenever they have their turn meter increase, heals all allies based on their max HP. Percentage value of the heal is equal to half the turn meter increase. So you're going to get a lot if you're using her with a lot of turn meter champions. Let's say you're using her in Hydra. You have somebody else with Cruelty. You have somebody else with Brimstone. Intimidating presence doesn't work there. Like Polymorph doesn't work there. Now you're thinking, okay, do I want to think about Lightning Cage? Do I want to think about, what else can I bring in there? Maybe emergency heal works there. So I like that too, right? Be pretty constant. And it's a decent sized heal. It's not huge, but it's a decent sized heal. But it works better the more turn meter increase you have in the team. So if you're running a team that only uses increased speed buffs but doesn't use turn meter fill, then that's not valuable, right? Then she'd be the only one providing the turn meter fill. But if you're using her with another turn meter filler, or maybe two, or if you're using a seeker, her in combo with a seeker, right? That's super strong. Seeker's 30% turn meter every other turn, which means literally every other turn, everybody's getting a 15% max HP heal because he's doing 30% turn meter, 15% would be a heal based on her passive. That would be crazy. Then I would absolutely think about emergency heal. So I get asked these about blessings. There is no one optimal blessing for almost anybody. Unless it's like a blunt instrument thing where you're like, oh yeah, I'm using, ninja and clan boss. Okay, that's easy. Do this. It's like brimstone or, this other thing. And that's it. You have two options. This or that. But for her, she's got a lot of options. And I think theory crafting those are fun, right? You can do a lot of theory crafting with how, even like, what's the other heal? Not the emergency heal, but the other one. Maybe, am I mixing them up? Emergency heal versus. Let me. Miracle heal. I'm sorry. I've confused miracle heal and emergency heal. So I was talking about miracle heal before. And I was saying miracle heal could be really good on Hydra because you could restore your destroyed max HP. So I meant miracle heal, not emergency heal. Emergency heal is the new one, right? And that's more of a soloer kind of thing, or for shields. So forget that. I wasn't thinking straight. I'm very tired. So miracle heal is the one I was thinking about. I think those are the likely ones. I mean, Temporal Chains is interesting because she's already a turn meter control champion. So adding like that to her strength is pretty cool. I think Temporal Chains could be really good for her both in PvE and potentially in PvE, but not in Hydra. Right. So it would be good for like Doom Tower waves where she's going to excel. She's going to excel against Doom Tower waves, and it would help you in Arena where she's also going to excel. So Temporal Chains is a really interesting option. Ward of the Fallen. Survival Instinct is an option, but I don't really love that blessing. I don't think it's strong enough yet. Hopefully they buff that a little bit. But again, turn meter fill, right? Turn meter fill could be good. So you got like, I would say you have probably 5 or 6 legitimate options for Esther. How's my Cardiel build? So I just attached my Cardiel from my clan boss team. So this build was a clan boss build. It was a speed tuned build at 260. 100% crit rate, decent crit damage. Obviously for clan boss, you want that extra damage. Okay accuracy. Why do you need accuracy on Cardiel? He's got a fear that works against certain affinities or certain factions rather. But you don't really need it, if you don't care. Not enough resist for like Arena, not enough speed for Arena. Good defense here at 4K or 5K basically. 49.75. Good speed at 260, but not phenomenal speed. I'd rather run him over 300. I could get 350 on him. I'll try. Chances are I'll probably run him somewhere around 320. That's likely where he's going to land in the gear that I'm going to want to put him in. Maybe even slower. Maybe like 305. I need him over 300 though. I also have to really consider where I want to use him outside of Arena, because right now I'm thinking Fire Knight hard mode. But Lady Mikage is coming. So I don't know if I need both ally attackers. I'm also thinking about, what about Phantom Shogun? What about Sand Devil? Like, there are builds where you can use Cardiel, where you can really use him, like where you can't use anybody else. He is a solution that doesn't exist anywhere else in the game for certain content. And I haven't researched all of those solutions because he was locked into Clan Boss. And so I was using him in this build everywhere. And he's good in this build everywhere, but I think he can be better. So what's likely to happen is as I move forward, he's going to become sort of more specialized. Because the Clan Boss build was kind of a generalist build. It's weird that you think, well, he's not specialized anymore. He's not Clan Boss. But in reality, like, he was in 95% of my teams. And now he's going to end up in like 25% of my team. Hello? Sorry about that. So anyway, I like where he is. By the way, he does damage. He does decent damage. There's no reason to not build him with damage. Like, you can get more survival stats on him if you don't go with damage. But like, if you're speed tuning him, right, you may as well get damage on him. He actually does decent damage. One of the things that you forget, maybe, especially if you don't have him, is that he's got a built-in crit damage buff. So that's a 30% multiplier. It's just a flat 30% multiplier. His A1 does okay damage, like, on its own. It's 25% extra damage from books. It's got a 4 multiplier, right? 4 times attack. You don't build him with a ton of attack. So you're like, he's not going to hit hard. You can get him to hit hard. It's not that difficult to get him to hit hard, right? Because he's got 30% additional crit rate, 30% additional crit damage. So you could actually build him with 70% crit rate here and still do a ton of damage. I have him in crit rate gloves because those were the gloves that at the time I built him landed in the right speed category. I didn't do that deliberately, but I did know he was going into Clan Boss, so I wasn't avoiding crit damage, right? Or crit rate. So once I knew I had crit rate gloves on him, I was like, oh, well, let's get crit damage on him. Let's get a crit damage gauntlet or amulet on him. Why not? Like, let's ramp that up. We're putting him in Clan Boss. Our masteries, we've got the 10% crit damage. We got the 5% crit rate. Like, it all went together. Now, you can use him very differently than I did, but there's no reason to think he can't do a decent amount of damage. Then remember that when he does his ally attack, all of the allies do damage. And even though he doesn't get credit for that damage, like in the tracker, right, that damage is actually attributable to him because without that ally attack, that damage wouldn't happen. He only gets credit for his personal damage. You pull him out of the team, you lose a ton of damage. So much damage loss. So I'm thinking about, like, what do I want to do here? Obviously, I want to get him out of the crit damage set. I don't need that. Probably get him out of the perception set. Don't need that. Probably look for either speed sets, divine speed sets, or there are a couple of other sets that I'm thinking about. So one is the righteous set, right? Get him in resist. He's a cleanser. So if I could get a lot of resist on him, I would probably try to get him up to like 600, 700 resist, which will be hard. But, resist chest piece, resist banner, a lot of resist substats. I don't have a ton of great rolls in resistance substats. Like, I have a few triple rolls, but not that many, and they're not always in the greatest sets. But if I could find resist here in righteous, then I might, go in that direction. But I don't think I've found too many pieces that have rolled all that well. Another one I'm thinking about is Supersonic. Right? So Supersonic gives you resistance, which is nice. It gives you HP and speed. And then in addition, right, increases any fill turn meter effects on this champion. So it fills this champion's turn meter by buff. So like, he'll get more turns come around faster, not only to his ally attack, but to his cleanse. So that's something that I'm thinking about. I'm not 100% sure. There's also the potential, like I could put him, although this would be something that I could do more easily because I have a lot of protection pieces. But I've thought about protection as well. So protection's another one that gives you speed. But this would protect his block debuffs buff. This would protect his, like, you know, crit rate buff too and all that stuff. But I don't care about that. But I care about protecting his block debuffs because his revive on death is already protected. That's naturally protected. But his block debuffs buff can be removed. So, you know, this would still be 30% speed if I could get the 8 pieces, get to the 9 pieces. So that's a lot of speed. You know, 3 speed sets is 36%. This is 30%. So I wouldn't be trading away that much speed. And I have a lot of gear here in protection that I haven't used. And potentially some of it is, like, a lot of it's not based around damage, right? It doesn't have crit rate and crit damage. Has a lot of accuracy and resistance and HP and defense and stuff like that. So maybe I could find a set here that doesn't have a lot of accuracy. So I'm not wasting all that accuracy, and it has instead resistance. So I could build high resistance with protection. That would be really nice as a cleanser. Another option would be Stone Skin. Right, Stone Skin gives you the resistance and the HP and the tankiness. Gives you the Stone Skin, so you don't, you know, you're fairly close to guaranteed to get that first cleanse. I don't love that option in all places. That's really good in Arena, but I'm not sure it's as good elsewhere. You know, I still want to use him in a lot of places. So again, I have to do that research on this guy. I know where he's good, but I don't know the specific solution. Hey, Darren, thank you. Good to see you. I haven't seen any of SAS videos lately, so no. I've watched, like, no video. At the end of the challenge, at the end of the free-to-play challenge, I watched several videos for, like, the last week of content creators in the challenge. I've watched no other content creation videos, like no raid videos from anybody for like a month. I have no idea what's going on. So if there are cool solutions that are coming out, I don't know what's happening. Protected buffs are good for Amius. That's true. Thank you, MZ. That's a good reminder. So yeah, let's finish this off. Trying to get on my dailies. Trying to get them done. So yeah, I mean, there are more options than there have ever been in terms of gearing, right? Because we got protection and Stone Skin, and then we got all the, you know, the Forge sets with Bolster and Slayer and everything, and then we got Cintrano sets. Then we got, you know, all the accessories. So there are a lot more options now than when I originally built Cardiel, and I haven't changed him in over a year. It's been like almost a year and a half probably since I built him that way. That wasn't his original build. That was his original Clan Boss build. Wasn't even his original Clan Boss build. It was his original Clan Boss Speed Tune build. So when I made my Speed Tune, which was awesome and I loved it, that's the build he went into, and that's where he stayed. And he was still fast enough at 265 to get me a lot of value in other places. But you saw all the damage on him. He had some resist, but not enough. He had a lot of wasted accuracy and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, once I specialize him, once I figure out where I really, really want to use him, I'll build him for that. And he'll still be usable everywhere. Because if you're running a Cardiel at 300 speed, he's usable everywhere. He's usable in every dungeon. You know, he's going to be great. But I'm really thinking about Fire Knight, some of the endgame dungeons. I don't need him for a lot of Doom Tower stuff, but I will still use him in a couple of places in Doom Tower because he's just so good. He makes a lot of fights trivial. He doesn't make many fights fast. That's not something Cardiel does. Cardiel doesn't speed up your team. He actually, in some cases, slows down your team because of his ally attack mechanic and how long his animation is. He does this big thing with his wings, you know? So he does slow things down. The baby is wonderful. He's an absolute joy. He's perfect. He's perfect. He's so good. He's so good. He looks just like me, of course. So he's a very handsome boy. Yeah, he's wonderful. And yeah, I can't wait to see him smile. Right? Because babies don't smile apparently for like the first month. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing. I don't know a lot about babies. Yeah. So I haven't spent a lot of time around babies. But I didn't know that they didn't smile for a while. It takes like a month for them to develop the muscles or something. So he looks like an old man he's got like a scowl. He's always scowling. Like he looks at me like he's an old man trying to remember where he knows me from. Like he hasn't seen me in 40 years and he's trying to remember. He's like, you look familiar from another lifetime. You know, like he's looking at me like that. He's like, there's an echo of a memory. And at the same time, he'll pause in the middle of that to just poop his pants. He'll be like, you look like a man I once knew. I'm like, what the hell, dude? Like, he just literally pooped in the middle of that thought. And so that's what he looks like. He's always kind of scrunching his face up. But he's awesome. He's absolutely awesome. Yeah. And last night I had the 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. shift while my wife was sleeping. And so he was just kind of sleeping with me in the chair, you know, sleeping on my chest right here. My baby boy just sleeping, just snoring away. Not really snoring, but they have this thing they do. And yeah, it was magical. I just sat there for 6 hours smiling to myself. I mean, granted, I changed his diaper like 4 times and fed him 3 times. But yeah, it was just wonderful. Yeah, at first they see shapes and light and dark. Basically, they see black and white. They don't see color. They don't see clear. He can't focus. He's cross-eyed. You know, it's like he'll try to look at you and he'll be like this eye will be over there. And they can see about 18 inches. You know, so they can see basically if you're holding them in your arms, they can see your face. But that's about as far as they can see. Thank you, Fat Dave. What did you miss? Hawk asks. Nothing, man. We didn't do anything. We were just sitting here waiting for you to get back. We were like, how can we do anything without Hawk Gaming around? We got to just chill. No, I don't know what you missed. I don't remember a thing. I've just been working on my dailies. All right. Silver Keys in Doom Tower. Nice. Let's go do that. So we'll farm some griffin feathers here. I haven't looked at my Doom Tower teams in forever either. Like I'm sure I could speed up a bunch of them. You know, but it's like when you're playing 2 accounts and running a YouTube channel and doing the baby thing, like you just pick champions and you auto, battle and you walk away and you go do something, come back 20 minutes later and you found out you won. So you're like, okay, great. That's my team now. It just gets saved in the memory, in the game, gets logged. You're like, this might take 9 minutes. I have no idea. It's like, I know it wins. I know it won last time. I have no idea how long it takes. It looks like it's going pretty quickly. It's not too bad. It does have Newt and Ninja, so it should not be a 9-minute run. It should be like a 2-minute run. Or faster, I guess. Yeah, this is only floor 10 on hard mode. Yeah, he's got a little bit of a Kurt Cobain thing going. Although he's got the beard. There is a guy. I'm gonna go find this guy. Let's see. I'm gonna find. I'm gonna enjoy the hell out of this. Give me a second. I'm working on something. It's gonna be. I'm gonna love this. This is happening. I don't know why I didn't think about this earlier, but this is happening. What is going on? Where do I put? All right, let's put it there. Oh no, we can't. Yeah, we'll put it there. Okay. Let me share this with everybody. I'm kind of ridiculously excited for this. I want to share this with you guys. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Give me a sec. You guys see the Winter Soldier? Has ever seen the movie Captain America: The Winter Soldier? And there's a part where like Steve Rogers is on the run with Black Widow, right? With whatever her name is. And they have like a hard drive and they got to like figure out what's on the hard drive. And so they go to the Apple store. And then this guy comes and like he's like talking to them and they're pretending they're like a married couple and they're going on their honeymoon. And so they're like, but they're trying to like backtrace like this hack that they're doing. And he's like, hey, I've been Aaron. And I see this guy and I'm like, holy shit, I know that guy. That's my editor, whose name is Sun. Is that, tell me that's not him. Tell me this is not my editor. Let me clean this up for you guys a little bit. Let's bring this up. This is going to be, I'm going to start using this everywhere. Hi, my name is Aaron. Just a second. I can't tell you how happy that makes me right now. Oh, I love it. That is 100% son. I've been Aaron. Whew. That's just right. I mean, it's like that's really close. That's really close. Oh man. Yeah. We're gonna make some memes out of that. That's payback will be sweet. Son, I'm coming for you, dude. I'm coming for you, man. Me and Aaron are gonna do some work. Oh, that's great. Okay. Yeah, I was just watching the Winter Soldier like the week before the baby, and I saw that scene and I was like, that guy looks really familiar. Like, who does he look like? And I wasn't paying a lot of attention to the movie. I was probably making videos like to prepare for the week because I knew the baby was coming, so I was making videos to try to like have stuff lined up. So it's probably just late at night. It was like on in the background. I'm like, man, he reminds me of somebody. Who does he remind me of? Like, how could I not tell? How could I not tell exactly who he was at a glance, like instantaneously? You know, but it's like I was just like, I don't know. He just looks familiar. Like maybe my cousin. He looks kind of a little bit like my cousin. He does actually. He looks a little like my cousin. My cousin didn't have the long hair though, and then we were just talking about Son, and I was like, oh, that guy, that's the match. All right, so we got the silver key's done. Now it's glyph time. Okay, so we do have to glyph some champions. I usually look for one champion. I just glyph one piece at a time. That's only 2 glyphs. Tend to stick to 4-star glyphs most of the time. Unless I know I'm really going for something. So I'm really pushing for a build. Should have saved. See you, Nathan. Thanks for hanging out, man. All right, and those are the... Oh, we only got... See, so here's something I do. I don't know if anybody cares about this, but I always check the timer on this before I go and pull a refill. And if it's less than like 90 seconds, I'll usually wait for the 1 extra energy. And if it's more than 90 seconds, I'll usually just pull it because I don't feel like wasting that much time. But this was only 25 seconds or whatever. So get that extra energy, then pull and go over the cap so you don't lose that. Let's actually do this as well. One out on brutal. Yannicka is not booked. My Yannicka is not booked, I don't think. She was like one of the first legendaries I got on my main account. In fact, she was the number 1 first legendary I ever pulled. But back when I pulled her, she was considered the worst legendary in the game because she hadn't been buffed yet. And so I took her to 6 stars because I think I took her to 6 stars for faction crypts. I think that's why I ended up taking her to 6 stars. But I never booked her. I never really built her particularly well. So I do have Yenica fully ascended, 6-star ascended, unbooked. If she turns out being great, you know, for Hydra, and I can use her, like apparently there's another champion that you need that I don't have. Or I don't think I have. I can fill that. That's not. I don't know why that made it into the. Yeah, I must have. When I was at the hospital late at night, I must have like run some spider and just forgotten about. Yeah, I did. I fell asleep with spider running. I fell asleep with spider running. I woke up and my phone had died because I had been running spider when I went to sleep. And so I'm sure I've got a bunch of weird, like, you know, accessories now that I wouldn't have otherwise, like this one. You know, like who saves that? Nobody saves that. I'll have to go through them. This one's not bad. Let's land in resistance or accuracy. Okay, we'll see about that later on. Pull these. All right, so dailies are done. Advanced quests are done. Let's check Forge Pass. Upgrade gauntlets to 8. That should not be a problem. Let's look for some gauntlets. Sacred rate. Those are okay. Not perfect, but not bad. All right, all right. Rate and speed is what we want. Perfect. Lovely. All right, Forge Pass is done. We need Centranos. I don't really want to do Centranos right now. But I do want to do it before the reset because I've missed like 3 or 4 days of keys. So let's take a look at this right here. This is just a normal spider boss, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Do we have an HP burner? Not really. We have Skrank, but he's not built. I could build him, but we can probably just do this with damage. This is normal, so let's ignore this. And just go with damage. So let's try a speed lead here. We'll do Kemptham, I guess. Let's go ahead and do... I'm actually thinking maybe I should run Razzlevarg instead. Run Razzlevarg instead. And then let's do... What affinity is it? Do you have any turn meter controllers? That's probably fine. John Hodgson, I am not taking over accounts on this stream. I know it's called Tuesday Takeover Tuesdays, but I'm taking over my own account. This is my main account. Oh, it's Agrath. It's not the main spider. Why did I think? All right, so I probably wanted to cleanse. That's all right. I'll probably still have enough damage to just crush him. He might die. I mean, Leech would have been nice previously. Do have Archer for a little bit of sustain, but it's not going to be enough. I'm probably fine though. I don't think I need anybody else. I think Archer could probably get through this on her own. If this was hard mode, this would be trickier, but on normal, it shouldn't be a problem. All right. Now we'll kind of walk through this area. All right. I didn't notice that before. Surgeon, I didn't notice you said that before. Volume de tata. Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry. It's a different. You changed your name. Did you change your name, or is that two different people? Cynthia? Was that you, or is that two people? That means I think that means I love you, Dad, right? Or is it I love Dad? Volinte means I love you. I don't speak Croatian, but I know some. You named your son Gaelic. I didn't name my son Gaelic. Gaelic is a name that I could never ever name my child. These things don't matter so much. Hey, Cedric. Good to see you. Normal waves, like there is a point where you get to on an account, even a free to play account, where you're like, normal waves are they're just annoying because it's just like they're just a waste of time. Like I wish there was like an auto battle kind of thing the way there is in Doom Tower, where you could just like pick your path and then be like auto battle it, and it'll just like, but obviously that'd be complicated. There's no way to do that. Your bet's his name is Cardiel. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. It's Serbian, not Croatian. Fair enough. Language is similar. It's changed. It's changed over the years. So does it mean, what does it mean? Volim te tata. Then it's I love you, Dad, right? Yeah, that was the name. That was how my father referred to his father, was Tata, which I know is not the only. Just like there's Dad and Daddy and like Papa, and there's all sorts of different things you can call your father in English too. So it's not I love you, Dad, right? Yeah. We got the whole family here. Let me see if I can pronounce it. Stoyilyakovich. Is that close? Stoyilyakovich? What do I do? I do these. Yeah. Yeah, Tasa. I call my dad Dad. Because I was born in the US. And when when you're going through the discussions about a baby coming and you start figuring out, what are the grandparents going to be called? What are the parents are going to be called? What do you want as your dad name? Do you want to be Dad? Do you want to be Daddy? Do you want to be Papa? Do you want to be, something else? My wife asked me if I wanted to be Tata, and I said no. No. I like it. It's very sweet. It's very sweet, but it's not me, it's like that's not my language. So we'll see. I like Dad more than Daddy. But I've been Daddy to the dog for a few years, Everybody refers to me, "Where's your daddy?" And she knows me by that. She doesn't know me by Dad, so she knows my name is Daddy. So we'll see. I would have liked Papa. That would have been my choice. I would have picked Papa. But my father-in-law is already Papa to his other grandchildren. And so he's Papa. And, I had a discussion too. Some people are like, it doesn't matter. It's your kid. You should just, you should take Papa and he'll just have to be Papa something else. And I was like, yeah, I don't. I'm not that fussed about it. And it might be the kid grows up and starts calling me something completely his own thing. He could call me, I don't know, Dadu. It doesn't have to be Dada or Daddy. It could be something else. All right, let's look at some. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Two. I don't want to use too many buffs here that he can strip. So let's see if we can get. That works. I like that. All right, there we go. So we'll use 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Accuracy. Papa Deacon. Yeah, we used to call my grandfather was Pops. We called him Pop. On my mother's side, Pop. Or Pop. Not all the time. He was also Gramps. He was Grandpa when I was little, Grandpa, which is like a weird, because it's like I found a birthday card from him when I was like 5. And he signed it Grandpa. Like the word grand, like grandfather, and then grandpa. I never knew him as grandpa. Like nobody says grandpa. Everybody says, grandpa. Like, so it's like, it's just that mush together word, whatever that is. There's like a linguistic term for it when you mush those words together. So he was, grandpa or gramps and pop and pops, like he had a bunch of names. And that happens too. Like it happens over time, You wanted to be Dad, but you were called Daddy so much when they were little. Yeah. Yeah, and it's also, it's different too sometimes depending on the family and like if you have sons or daughters, if you're, regional differences. I stopped calling my father Daddy when I was like 7 maybe, and he became Dad. and then he was dad forever, and now I call him by his name, which he doesn't love. So, but yeah, you know, it's like when you're 40, you know, and you're getting married, you're having your own kids, like sometimes, you know, and the other thing, I think the reason I actually transitioned was because he stopped responding to dad, because I had lived out of the house for whatever, you know, however many years. And when I moved back from the Boston area, I moved back in with them, and they were having some health problems. My parents were having some health problems, so I stayed for a long time. And I was in the house for a few years to help out, and I'd be like, "Hey, Dad," and it had stopped being a reflex. He stopped hearing his name because I'd been out of the house for 15 years, you know. So it was like he didn't hear Dad anymore. So then I started calling him by his name because that's what my mother called him, and he would respond to that. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, what?" You know. So it was just like, and so that just became what I called him. And he's like, "Why don't you call me Dad anymore?" So I'm like, "Because you never responded. You don't respond to it. You know, it's like you don't hear me when I say it." When I was a little kid, and I was like, "Daddy, Dad, 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 hey, Dad, hey, Dad, hey, Dad, 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 Dad." You know, like he would obviously respond to it, but you know, like I only saw him, you know, 6-8 times a year for a while, and you know, we'd talk on the phone and stuff. But it's like I wasn't saying his name every day 50 times, so he became his actual name, and now he's like, "You should call me Dad." Can't do it anymore. Maybe named Deacon Colred, Lord Baby Geo IV, Papa Deacon. Here's a bowl. I'm gonna start it. Nope, that's not. I did the wrong thing. Give me a sec. I need to start a poll. All right. All right, there we go. Now, if your first language is not English, just translate if you can. Have I built my new clan boss team yet? Yeah, Selena Feline. I built it with Deadwood Jedi. He came on and we built it. It's not 100% perfect yet. It's 1 key on 3 affinities, and it's 2 key on magic affinity, I think. And it's close. It's like on one key the other night was, I think on Void, it was like 71 million. It was really close. So I still have a little bit of work to do to tweak it. But it was really fun working with him. He's and it's funny too, because I had some clear intentions with my team, and I ran him by him, and he was like, "Meh." And he didn't like say no. He was just like, "I don't know." And I was just like, "All right, we could go in another direction." He's like, "Yeah, I would." I was like, "Okay." And you know, part of the fun of having him come on was like getting that response, like right, having him give me the feedback and turn that into the video and stuff. And you see, like even in the video, we were kind of theory crafting in the video. And you know, we theory crafted outside of the video as well, but it was like one of the things that I wanted to do with the video was just give the viewers an opportunity to see how that discussion unfolds, right? Because it doesn't have to be like you just know and it's perfect. You know what I mean? It's like it really is a process and it can be a discussion. That's why it can be useful to bring in somebody else and talk to them about it, talk about your champions. Ultimately, it's your decision. I could have done anything I wanted. He would have helped me speed tune it. But that wasn't really the point for the video. The video was to bring him in, have him give his insight. I had 100 speed tunes available to me. You know, I have so many good champions for Clan Boss at this point. And like certain choices I made it. Like I wanted to detach Cardiel. Like I could have kept Cardiel in. I wanted to use Elva, but I didn't need to use Elva. I wanted to use Demitha, but I have Helikath and Rashkard and Sir Nicholas and Emic. And like I had other options. I have double Maneater. Like I could have done any unkillable speed tune. I think the only unkillable champs I don't have is I don't have Alsgore. I think that's it. I think he's the only unkillable I don't have. I think I have every other one now. You know, so there's also, oh, this is gonna suck. And of course, I have no buff removal, and I have a freaking allure. Okay, that's frustrating. What were you talking about? You think I should wind my wife up and say the stream has voted for Geo as a middle name, and I strongly agree. She doesn't know. She doesn't, like, it wouldn't, she'd just be like, what? Geo? No, I don't like that. You know, like she doesn't know that the champion means anything. Like she doesn't know the meme, you know, she doesn't follow that closely. So it would be funnier if I were like, you know, the stream decided on the middle name Zippity Doodah, and I think that's a great idea. I told them I told them I would go with whatever they voted for, and so I have to. You know, she'd be like, "Wait, no, you didn't. Did you? Did you really do that?" Like that, she would actually kind of believe. It's like, did you really tell them that they could vote? I'd be like, yeah. Oh, there you go. And you sheep him. Of course, you sheep him. You freaking don't sheep him. Just kill him. All right. All the keys are done. So now we just need to get some points for PVC. Again, I apologize to people who are coming on expecting to see takeovers. I'm just taking over my own account today. It is in the description. It wasn't like I'm just springing it, everybody. We could do some live arena, maybe. Angelica says, I'm Dutch, and when I was little, I called my father Papa. Like, yeah. Same as daddy. His middle name should be redacted. Jen, what are you talking about? On my Clan Boss team? They have 100% uptime on crit rate. So we actually figured it out to get, like, we got it to the point where it was 100% crit rate with the buff extension. Although I'll double check the calculator just to make sure, you know. Just match his team, right? Why not? It's not a team I usually, but that's fine. Whoever's faster wins, right? If his dude is faster than mine, which he is, so he's gonna win. He actually stunned my my Mithrala, which was I mean, there are some times you just come up against people who are like they got better champions than you. Can't do much about it. You tried calling him by his first name once and he gave you one of those crazy looks. Yeah, Icky, I don't have any mythicals yet. Although I'll have Lady Mikage probably by tomorrow. If I decide to not pull her for some reason, I'd be surprised. My team only went 29 turns earlier. It's possible. I wasn't really looking that closely, but I think the speed tune isn't perfect for some reason. What am I doing here? Yeah, potentially there's an issue with Demitha's continuous heals. We did consider that. So I've got, like I said, I've got to go back into the calculator and figure it out. How annoying is this? Nobody calls him father, huh? A couple people call him, at least one person calls him sir. It's not uncommon in the US to call your dad sir, actually. I mean, it is sort of uncommon, but it's not unheard of. You know what I mean? Sometimes in military families it could be that way, or sometimes just, you know. Probably should have gone with a Pythion there instead of Mithrala. That's all right. Dung Tran says, "Hi, Cold World. I'm a free to play. What should I use my gems for? Early on, you can use your gems to buy masteries on your first 1 or 2 6 stars, 3 stars, 3 6 stars. Those first champions that you get. After that, I would highly recommend getting the gem mine open. You want to get the sparring pit open, just the first level. For gem mine, you want to get all 3 levels. It worked. Let's kill Georgia. And then I would say after that, you want to save your gems for ancient shards for 2x ancient shard events or fusions. You can use it for energy as well during fusions. You want a lot of gems for energy for fusions. So basically, that's where you spend it. Don't spend it too much on like refreshing things. You don't want to refresh things. You could use it occasionally on tokens for arena if you really needed to, but I wouldn't do that either that much. So I would say top priority is gem mine, get that done. I'm sorry, top priority is your first 2 champions mastery. After that, I would say gem mine, sparring pit, ancient shards, actually energy refresh, and then ancient shards. But don't just buy the ancient shards. Like wait for the event to pull the ancient shards because you may not end up needing them, and then you don't want to spend the gems on them. You know. What am I doing? What am I doing? I really like Archer. I just love running Archer. I don't even care where. I don't care how she built. I want to build her. Mithrala. Mithrala is best in perception gear. Build as much accuracy as you can on her, because for every point of accuracy you build, you get a point of resistance. So your resistance is always going to be higher than your accuracy, because any resistance you have gets added onto your accuracy, and that's your resistance. You want her really, really high accuracy, and that's going to build her really high resistance. Then you want speed, and then you want HP and defense. You don't care about damage on her at all, but you need her to land her hex and her poisons. All right, he's going that route, so let's go that route too. Yeah, I mean, gems are good for the fusions. I usually clear my fusions using very few gems. I would say probably in the worst case scenario, I use like 1,000 gems. Why Archer? She's awesome. I don't know. Why not? I'm not really keyed in on the strategy right here. I'm just talking to people and playing. And I like using Archer. She's fun. And people don't expect her to be good in arena, and she's awesome. He has resisted, and he's probably going to blow me up. Leorius in a ton of resist, or maybe immunity. No, he's not. And then she healed him, which is a mistake. If she didn't heal him, she would have won. But she healed him, and now I'm going to win. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's see if I get my... No, I think he's still going to win. I forget that this... I don't think this Archer's in Relentless. I need to get my Archer into Relentless. Yeah, his Vlad is going to kill me. No! Still didn't kill me. Wow. Kind of embarrassing. Look at that. Swift parry. How close was that? That's a highly annoying team that he put together. That's a pretty good team. Highly annoying. Yeah, so Archer is Archer is actually crazily disruptive in arena. If you have an Archer and you build her with a lot of accuracy, and you get her into arena, and she's tanky, she can solo whole teams. She can solo whole teams, kind of like Armand's does. Like, she can just straight up solo a team. She does more damage than he does. She's actually got more crowd control than he does. So really strong, right? Obviously, the problem is getting that A1 around. Like, if you can get the A1 around to actually use it to get the accuracy buff so that you have even more accuracy. But if you just build it with a lot of accuracy, it's like you've got a hex, you've got a provoke, you've got a stun, you've got, you've got all these ways to hit AoE damage. She hits decently hard. She's incredibly disruptive. She can be a whole team. Obviously depends who you're putting around her and what team you're going up against. But like, yeah, she can be crazily disruptive. Let's change it up a little bit here. No, let's not change it up too much. Let's go Armand's. And let's do... Somebody asked for a gear cleanse. No gear cleanse. This should be a win. I mean, unless his Kaimar is really fast. Or his Lady Mikage is really, really fast. Yeah, okay. So all I really need to worry about here is Rotos, I think. A little bit surprised at that. Should kill Arbiter. Yeah, and now we try to kill Lydia. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should have brought my Lady Kimmy, I guess. I mean, I'm not that slow. I got lapped, but I'm not that slow. Like, my Arbiter's fast. Obviously, she went first. She did the 30% turn meter fill. Maybe I should have brought the Lady Kimmy to bridge the gap. Oh, well. What arena am I in? Silver something. I'm in silver. I don't know. I think I'm in silver 3 or 4. I've been gone for a week. I barely remember what raid is like. It's like, it's like, really? You played for 3 years, you're gone for a week, you don't remember? I've had, what did we decide on? It was something like 15 hours sleep in the last 7 days. So yeah, so my son, my baby boy, has pushed a lot of information out of my brain. I have not focused on live arena that much at all. Recently, I've been getting more into it. I want to get it, and I have a lot of good arena champions that I need to build specifically for arena. Like, I have Harima who I'm thinking I'm going to build specifically for Arena. I have, Armand's now. I want to build him. He's already kind of built for Arena. I have some other champions that like are really good Arena champions that I want to consider building specifically for Arena, who I haven't done before for that. So I should be able to get into gold. I don't know how high I should be able to push, but I certainly have a good enough roster that if I dedicate some effort to building, Stone Skin champion, like I don't have anybody in Stone Skin. I don't think I have one champion in Stone Skin. So, we'll see. We'll see what'll happen. Yeah, Archer's really fun in Arena. Like they didn't ban Archer here. Depending on the speeds, like just looking at this, like you can see, I got Archer there. This could be a relatively easy win, or it could be tricky. Now, there's going to be some Stone Skin over here. My guess is Hefrax in Stone Skin. Maybe UDK's in Stone Skin. There might be 3 champions in Stone Skin. We'll see. Stone Skin can always mess with you. Yeah, so there are 3 Stone Skins. So Harim is the only one who's not. Shouldn't necessarily ruin anything for me. But we have to be aware. So I think what we'll probably do is, based on the turn meter, we'll just try to cycle around. And we want to do this. Get that strengthen up. We don't have a single way to remove the Stone Skin, so what we have to be careful about, like, what we activate here. All I really need, I need to survive this. I just need to kill off Hefrak. That's what I really. We'll see. It'd be good if I make myself a bit smaller. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I'm coming out. I want to get these 35, so I need to win 2 out of the next 3 to get the chest. Yeah, it feels like Live Arena to a certain extent is just fun. Like I just think of it as fun. I'm not too worried about like my win percentage. It's kind of, it can be frustrating. And you know that certain teams, like I use Wukong as my first pick almost all the time, but I could use somebody else. I could use Armands. I could use like Mithrala. Sometimes I pick her first every once in a while. Just like Mithrala can go on a go first team, go second team, control team, revive team, damage team. Like she goes everywhere, right? So it's nice to have one of those really good flex picks, but you get different responses from different, champions. So it's like, all right, so now we've got the Wukong and the Arbiter. That's clearly a go first team. I could now opt into the go first team, see if my team's faster than their team. Might be. My Arbiter's pretty freaking fast. I mean, she's very fast, but my Arbiter gets banned. My second fastest champion is fast, but not that fast. It's like, so I'm going to opt into a controlled team. I think I'm going to go the other direction. Let's just do this. We'll do this and we'll do Armands. Armands is almost always going to pull the ban. So if I put Armands out there, it's like they start working around Armands and then they ban Armands anyway. And it's like, all right, whatever. So now I'll bring if they're going to ban Armands, I'll bring a Reviver. And they ban my Reviver, then I have Armands. I'll probably ban their Arbiter. Not so much because of the speed aura, but because she's probably fast and she's got the increased attack, and they're going to go increase it. They're going to go with an attack-based team probably. But sometimes if they don't have enough, I'll just ignore the Arbiter. Ban somebody else, ban a damage dealer, ban the Wukong. I just don't like getting lapped. That's the really frustrating part. It's like even if you're really tanky, like once they start taking a 2-to-1, ratio, then it can be really tough to catch back up. You have more fun using 2 Armands in live arena. Yeah, because you were guaranteed to get an Armands, or they don't ban either one, and it's like, that's silly. Yeah. Okay, that's not a scary team at all. That's a bad team. That's just a bad team. Did he time out? Did it just automatically pull his champions? It might have. My UDK might not be fully geared. I don't know if he has 6 pieces of gear on, to be honest. Don't spoil my thoughts on live arena. What if my enemy? Yeah, I don't care. I know you're joking, but whoops. I actually kind of forgot I even had a polymorph. So I don't typically run polymorph. Do. This is the thing about arena, which I really love, and this is the most fun in live arena, not in classic arena. It's okay in 3v3 arena, which is that almost any team can work, right? You can look at this team. There's nothing meta about that team, really. I mean, UDK, I guess, a little bit, right? But it's like you just pick champions that work well together. You figure out their win condition. You figure out your win condition. You ban appropriately, and then you'll win 60% of the time. It's like you lose a little bit more when you don't understand their win condition. You definitely lose when they just have better champions and you can't ban them effectively, and they can, like, you can't match them. You definitely lose when they have god tier gear and you don't. Like, that's just, it's like if I have, if I have 300 plus speed on everybody, plus I have all the resistance, plus I have all the defense, plus I have all the, like, what is your team going to do even if you go first? Like, you don't have enough, you know? The reverse can be true. And it's like, and here we have a matchup. It's like, I think he just got stuck with a crappy team because I think he was AFK. Like, he probably alt-tabbed or something and didn't come back in time to choose his second and third champion. So he got stuck with 3 damage dealers, which is not useful. You know, so there's that too, you know, it's like, but honestly, I enjoy the chess aspect of it, right? Like the move and counter move. I really enjoy that. I like it better when the meta doesn't dominate. I like it better when there is no meta, or the meta is weak, or the meta is multifaceted. You know, so like we can do this again. We'll take in, you know, bring in Mithrala. And it's like, you know, you're playing that game right away. It's like, what's the first champion you show? Like, what are you doing? Are you thinking about your composition, or are you thinking about trying to trigger a response? You know, it's like, and then look at this. So this did trigger a response. Their Mithrala was in response to my Mithrala. You know, at least I'm assuming. Maybe not. Maybe that Arbiter Mithrala is really nice because Arbiter goes both like increased attack, increased defense. You know, go first team, go second team. Cleanser, strengthen, like you've got all the things. So, but I enjoy that. All right, so let's see. What do we want to do for damage this time around? Well, let's go Wukong. Actually, let's do this. Interesting. Go offense. Armands. All right, so we got a lot of the same champions here. So it's just going to come down to who's faster. And my guess is my Armands is faster. I'm not 100% sure. He's level 90, I'm level 100, so I'm just guessing that maybe I've got slightly better gear. But it's a guess, right? Could be a spender who's got much better gear than I have. Yeah, Chair, I agree with that. I don't like the fact that like there are just those specific windows. Oh, well. But if she cleanses this, I'm going to be able to get the Hex out, which is nice. So... Oh, we didn't hit Brogni. Kind of not surprising. Question is, how hard does their Wukong hit, right? Because that can always be a problem. Some Wukongs will just clear your team like that. He's got to use his buff strip here. He might even steal my stone skin, which would be frustrating. And he did. All right. I'm not going to fight that out. That's just too much time. Got one more battle. Oh well. I thought about not using the strengthen. You know, I also thought about not using the stone skin. Like I could have done the AoE on the previous turn. I probably should have followed my gut there and not used the A2. I should have used the A3 on Alil. All right. Fine. Armand's is so boring. He's so boring. I don't like this guy's existence. I wish they didn't make him. He's fun to use in PvE, but he's just not fun in PvP. He's not fun to use, and he's not fun to play against. Right? He's not fun in that he has to almost be permanently banned, but then you don't really have a flex ban for other things. Like, if you're going to bring in Armands into the game, I feel like everybody should be allowed to pick 7 champions, and the enemy can ban 2, and then you have to drop 1. It's like, it should be something like that, because it's this current setup with Armands doesn't work. And it's even worse at like higher levels, like in gold, where only one player can pick, right? So you first pick Armands. The other team can't pick Armands then, so you get like an extra ban out of it. It's not fair. It's just not fun. Mikage and Harima in Live Arena? Yeah. I could see that. I was thinking maybe I should have banned Rotos. Not Siffy, but I'm going to ban Siffy. His Armands will not be fast enough. If his Armands is fast enough, he deserves the win, but I don't think he's fast enough. The Pythion with the stolen skin, of course. Bit of a problem. There we go. Go. Yeah, no, it's the passive A1 ally attack, which is awesome. And you're right. I'm sure people forget that, right? When they're playing against you. I'm sure they do. All right, let's claim that chest. That ended perfectly. All right, let's hope for something good here. That's okay. That's not bad. I wish it had speed instead of flat HP. Then it would be beautiful, right? It'd be perfect. But that's really not, that's could be nice. That could be nice. Okay, how about this one? Not really. Not really. Damn it. I hate when I do that. I hate when I do that. Let's go look in the what? Oh, it's in my mailbox. Again, a lot of these pieces were probably when I was sleeping. Yep. All right. So our CVC points at? We've got a 360,000 point lead. out of 2.1 million. So we're doing well. We've got like an 18% lead. Which is a better arena bonus? I'm not sure what you're asking. Decreased defense or okay, I'm sorry. Are you asking whether you'd rather have decreased defense or increased attack? Like you can only have one or the other? Is that what you're asking? As an area bonus. Okay, so if you're doing an area bonus, it depends on the fight. A lot of times I like the ignore defense. Ignore defense can be a great way to boost damage depending on the fight, right? For certain fights, defense doesn't really matter, but other fights, defense, there's a lot of defense. So in like Doom Tower, in Doom Tower, if you go ignore defense, that can be very helpful. For Clan Boss specifically, what I tend to do is, where is it? Demon Lord battles. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that much ignore defense. So crit damage is actually better. So crit damage is really good. And then in terms of, like, if you're trying to increase damage over time, the more survivable you are, the better. So it can be their thresholds, because like increasing a stat that doesn't have an effect. I don't mean like it doesn't have an effect. I mean like it doesn't actually. So I talk about state changes, right? A state change is, think about it this way. Like imagine you're faster than the enemy. They're at 100 speed and you're at 105 speed, right? So you go once, they go once. Well, on the next turn, you go once, they go once. And on the next turn, you go once, they go once. Well, if you go to 110 speed, that is also true. And that'll be true for like 9 turns, right? Like you'll go once, they go once, you go once, they go once. So there's no change in terms of the actual dynamic. Now, if you get to like 150 speed, then you're going to go 3 times for their 2 times. So you go once, they go once, and then you go twice. And they go once. Right? So that going from 149 speed to 150 speed is like that one speed is actually more important than going from 101 to 149. You know what I mean? Because like going from 101 to 149 almost doesn't change anything for the first 3 turns of the battle. But going from 149 to 150 does. So that's what I call a state change, when something actually changes in the game. So if you're going into Demon Lord Clan Boss, you might say, well, I have a killable team, so I want to increase damage. I want to increase defense, and I want to increase health as a way to extend my fight. So in general, that's a good idea. But will 2% defense extend your fight even 1 turn? Maybe not, right? What would extend your fight 1 turn? Would 6% do it? Would 10% do it? Would 18%? Like, at what point do you get an extra turn? And if you're not going to get an extra turn until you get 12 to 14%, then there's no reason to even put in 1 defense, right? There's no reason, because if you're trying for survival, I'm saying there's no increase to your actual number of turns at all. Now, you may also get damage from defense for defensive-based champions. So in that case, you might start building it to get a little bit of damage plus a little bit of survivability. And by the way, there's all sorts of ways. Like, you don't necessarily just have to straight up defend, right? It could be that you have a healer or you have a leech. And so what's happening is the healing is not enough to keep pace with the damage that's coming in, say, from turns like 20 to 25. Like, at that point, you just get whittled away and then you die. And so at that point, adding defense might slow down how quickly you're whittled away and allow your healer to heal enough. So, by the way, HP is generally better for that instead of defense. But my point is, the state change doesn't necessarily have to simply be how tough are you. It's like all of the stats together. But you have to kind of think of it holistically. It's not just one stat. It's not just doing one thing, right? You need to affect that state change, and that has a lot of factors that are coming into it. So in terms of increasing damage, just straight damage, depends on your damage dealers, but probably accuracy and attack, right? Unless you're using defensive-based damage dealers, and then it would be defense and attack, defense and accuracy. You'll make sure you land your debuffs. Once you have enough accuracy, you don't need any more accuracy here. So then crit damage. the defense, crit damage, ignore defense. Those are the 3 stats. Or I'm sorry, whatever your damage stat is. So attack or defense. And then crit damage and ignore defense. And then accuracy is just to help you get the stats. Now, another thing here, like you might say, well, this isn't a state change, right? I have the 200, let's say I have the 250 accuracy I need for Ultra Nightmare or whatever it is. So adding accuracy doesn't help me in Clan Boss, but it can, because any stats you're getting from the area bonuses are stats you don't have to add in your build. So if you have a damage dealing debuffer, let's say you had like a Herndeg or somebody like that, or even like a Newt, right, who lands a weaken. By having the accuracy in the area, you don't have to have the accuracy in his build. And that allows you to then put more crit damage in, or more attack or defense or speed or whatever it is that you need to get, more damage out of him. So again, you want to think of it holistically. If you throw one into ignore defense, it will increase the damage. One of the weird things about Clan Boss is his defense is so low. Ignoring defense helps, but only so much. Crit damage is probably better. Like, crit damage is more easily measured and calculated. So you could try there. All right, so we're going to run this for a while. All right, so I'm going to end my stream at 5. It's 4:47 right now. Hey, Sauce. Oh, wait. Let me make sure that's up. I think it's up. Let's see if we hear it. I don't know why that wouldn't come through. Sorry about that. So, welcome back to Barbarians. The Horde stays the same size. Sauce has been part of the Barbarians, but now you're upgraded to the gold icon there. Oh, that's possible. It's possible. Yeah. So, yeah, what I was going to say is I'm just going to let this run for a little bit. And, this is going to be the end of my stream. Let me go back to the larger size camera. Like I said, this was sort of a celebration stream. It's just good to be back. We have our baby boy home. I'm going to go hang out with him. I'm super excited. It's strange because I've never been a person who loves babies. I like babies. I'm not like scared of babies. But I'm not naturally like I like kids. Like, I work with kids, I like teenagers. I like kids from like 9 up. Like, that's sort of my age range. Like 9 to 19 is like my age range. So I've never been really the kind of guy that hangs out with little kids or understands, But now I've got my kid at home and he's 4 days old and all I want to do is hang out with him and see what he's doing. Like, I just sat with him last night for 6 hours. For 6 hours, I sat with him. I played a little bit of Raid on my phone and I just talked to him while he slept and I just watched him. I was like, this is awesome. I'm having so much fun right now. I did nothing. I didn't even watch a movie. I didn't read a book. I just looked at my kid. But yeah, enjoy every minute. They do grow up fast. And it is different when it's your kid. Of course it is. It's like I blinked and my oldest is 14. One of the things that I've really enjoyed is watching the family members emerge from his face as he makes different expressions. Like, he makes an expression and I'm like, oh my gosh, I see my grandmother. Oh my gosh, I see my mother-in-law. Oh my gosh, I see, it's like, I see my brother. Like, it's really cool to see that. And it's like, his face is, he looks like me. He looks like me a lot. My mom actually showed me a picture from when I was like, I would say I was probably about 3, maybe even younger. I was maybe like 2 or 3. And we looked a lot alike. Like, I don't look a lot like how I did when I was 2. You would be able to recognize me probably, but I was, my face changed somewhere around like 5 to 8. Like in those 3 years, my face changed pretty significantly. But as a baby, he looks a lot like how I look. Although he has more hair, but it might fall out. Baby's baby's hair, baby's heads of hair, babies. Sometimes the hair on babies' heads fall out. I don't know how to say it. I don't know the grammar there. But yeah, so his hair might fall out. We'll have to see. I think my wife really likes his hair right now. She thinks it's really cute, and she's afraid it's going to fall out. And my wife's got a great head of hair. She has awesome hair. So, like, I hope he gets her hair. You had a mullet when you were a kid? Yeah. Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate that. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't fall out. Sometimes it just gets thicker. I mean, if he holds on to his hair, he's going to have a great head of hair. And even if it falls out, he may have a great head of hair. But it's like he's got this kind of thick, dark, full hair like my wife. When I had hair, I had nice hair. I think I was a blonde kid. When I was little, I was very blonde. And as I grew older, it was kind of like a dirty blonde, kind of light brown with blonde highlights. And eventually I just, I shaved it, and it's gotten darker over the years. So you can't see the blonde anymore. But the other thing is, like, when you have that kind of hair when you're out in the sun, it lightens, right? So it's like I shaved my head before it could possibly lighten. So it's possible that if I grew out my hair, gave myself a nice comb over, maybe it would lighten up and I'd still be blonde. I don't know. My mom wanted long hair. My dad wanted short hair. I got a mullet. Wow. That is a parenting choice. And that's great sauce. See you, Cedric. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, now's a great time to answer. I'm not playing anymore, right? This is on auto battle for the next probably 7 minutes or something. I don't know how long this takes. So questions about Raid, questions about the baby, questions about life in general, questions about how to file your taxes, questions about how to roast a chicken, questions about, I don't know, my dog. Any questions? You need life advice, anybody? I'm feeling very metaphysical at the moment. If you have any questions, just ask this guy. The question from Princess Bride. I love Princess Bride. I've watched it like 20 times. I don't know what question you're referring to. Do I know how to dispute property taxes? I'd start with your town hall. I definitely would. Like, if you're trying to dispute property taxes are like a local thing, right? So it's typically municipal. Unless you're not talking about are you talking about your house, or you're talking about like your car or something? Anybody want to beat it? No more rhymes. I mean it. Anybody want to beat it? I love that movie. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. Oh, Monty Python, yeah. The expurgated version. Oh, are you talking about the African swallows versus the European swallows? Is that what you're talking about? What is the best champion for Shogun? Ooh. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea because I haven't really dug into Shogun too much. But I will say this. On my HH free-to-play challenge account, I struggled getting past like level 7, stage 7, I think, maybe, or stage 8. Stage 8, I think it was. And I had a very good team. Yeah, really good team. And then I built Sanguinia and I put her in, and I went up to stage 14. So having a block debuffs and having a cleanser, both of those are really valuable. If you can put them in the same champion and you can time the skills right, that's one of the keys. That makes life easier. The issue, of course, is that I'm manualing. Like on auto, I don't know. I have no idea. But on manual, if you're just trying to push levels and get higher and farm a little bit, like a champion like Sanguini who does both. So obviously somebody like Pythion could be great. I don't know if it's better to have them on the same skill or on two different skills. So Sanguinia has them on two different skills. Cardiel, Pythion, Elva have them on the same skill, right? And so, again, maybe if you have a 2-turn or even a 3-turn block debuffs buff, that could be valuable. But I would say that's a skill. That's a skill set you need, at least in my experience with the free-to-play account. So I'll have to dive in there. I haven't done a guide on Shogun yet. I haven't really mastered Shogun yet. I'd like to get to the maximum stage before I make a guide. So that's why I haven't done Fire Knight hard mode yet, because I'm not there yet. But we'll see. We'll see if I can do a Shogun guide in the near future. How do you know when to keep rare gear versus sell? Good question. Typically for rare gear, I keep 6 stars. If it has good substats, and if it rolls into that substat. So I always try to envision a use for it. Do I have a champion who can use this gear and when I roll it, can I put that gear on somebody? So for instance, let's say I have a speed set chest piece, right? What's the main stat? HP, great. Speed roll substat, accuracy substat, perfect, beautiful. That is literally a perfect rare piece, right? HP is tanky. We're thinking support. Speed and accuracy is great for a debuffer. Thinking support. All of those stats line up. That makes it a high priority. It's 6 stars, so I'm going to have good main stat. I'm going to have good substats. Now, if I roll that and it goes 1 roll into speed, 1 roll into accuracy, that's a little bit less valuable. It's not bad. It's not bad. If it double rolls speed or double rolls accuracy, that tends to be a little bit better, right? Now, on the flip side, let's say I had an HP percentage chest plate and it had, say, speed and flat attack or something on the chest beat, and it rolled double into the flat attack, that gets trashed. Why? Because even though it has the main stat and the speed subset, like the flat attack double roll, it doesn't help me. And if I'm keeping a rare, I really need the substats to play out. They have to work. They have to be part of it. So sometimes for like a speed boot, it doesn't matter. Speed main stat, I want the 45 speed. I don't care what the substats are. I'll figure that out later. So great. Doesn't matter what it has. Maybe for like a crit rate gauntlet, I don't care that much. But most of the time I care. The top 3 pieces are easier to keep because all you care about is the substats, because the main stats are always the same. With the other pieces, it's a little bit tougher. I hope that helps. It's never perfect. Like you got to figure it out as you go. But in general, as you progress, you're going to drop all the 5-star rares. It doesn't even, you'll get to the point where it literally has to be a perfect 5-star rare piece, and probably in a valuable set. Like we're talking about like Cruel, Immortal, Savage. Like it has to be those sets. Like you'll get rid of them in sets like Accuracy. Like you won't keep any 5-star rares in Accuracy. Even though Accuracy is a decent set, it's not good enough. You have too much good perception gear, that kind of thing. Is Sun the baby's godfather? Sun, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm an atheist, so I don't have an inclination towards godparent. So my wife and I have to talk about that. She's the religious one in the marriage, but we'll see. I don't know. Gnarlhorn for now, but they are reworking it. I wouldn't overinvest in it. I'm not sure what that question was. Oh, Gnarlhorn is the best champion for sure. Yeah, that could be. I don't know. Your mortgage went up double due to taxes and escrow. Well, escrow you can't, like, that's just sort of that ways. But if you're paying your taxes in your mortgage, like you're rolling it all into one, right? Usually you do that in order to like budget better, right? Because then all your payment, like you might be doing your insurance as well in your mortgage, you know, so you have your home insurance, your taxes, and your mortgage all in one payment, and then your mortgage lender is your agent for the other stuff. That's the way we did it for a while. We did that for a while, and then we stopped doing that. So if property taxes went up in your town, there's nothing you can do. If you were assessed at a higher value, like let's say you did something on your home and your home is assessed at a higher value than it was before, and so as a result, your taxes went up not because the rate went up, not because the mill rate went up, but because the value of your house increased, then you can ask for, I think you can ask for a different assessment, or you can ask for an independent assessment or whatever. You know, like you can do that, especially if the market's changed. You know, like sometimes there's a market adjustment, so you can investigate that, but I don't know how much you can actually do. But I don't know that much about, you know, the escrow thing. I think that's just the way you structured your payments. Yeah, Darren, I usually, it has to double roll for me too, or, you know, sometimes you get away with like, if you get a good rare piece, that's a really good piece sometimes to drop on like a faction champion, like even a 5-star, or to just camp it on a champion you're thinking about building one day. You know, you're like, oh, I've got a 5-star, blah, 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 and I'm going to build them someday, but I don't know when. You know, like I've got a legendary. Like I've got Candrafon just sitting in my vault. I'm like, Cantrafon's a good champion. I could find use for him, but I don't know when. So it's like, if I roll a good rare piece, that's like the rolls aren't good enough to put on an active roster champion. Sometimes I'll put it on a champion like that. Otaka, thank you. I appreciate that. The state misfiled your homestead. They are fixing it, but it could take 3 months. Well, yeah, then you have to appeal. Ask if you can. I mean, do you pay your taxes quarterly or do you pay them monthly? Because if you're paying them in your mortgage, you're probably paying them monthly. So what you could do is potentially detach, if your agent's willing to do this, and I don't know, because you might have to pay a fee in order to do this, you could detach your property taxes from your mortgage. You don't have to pay them as one payment, right? You have the option to pay them, and we pay our property taxes quarterly. So if it's 3 months, that would give you time to get it fixed, potentially, depending on when your quarter ends. Which team can I use to do 20 million damage against? Why is my brain? What is BDC? Which team can I use to do 20 million damage? Just regular clan boss? Demon Lord clan boss? Okay. Ultra Nightmare. Knowing that I have Deacon Armstrong, Ronda, Apothecary, Tyrant, Ixlamore, Frozen Banshee, Rathalos, Jamarsa, Lightsworn, Artak, Boga. All right, if you're trying to get to a 4-key Ultra Nightmare team, and you don't have an unkillable what I would suggest is going with the ally protector. Tyrant Ixlamore is an awesome ally protector. So he's going to give you ally protect, he's going to give you increased defense, and he's going to give you damage mitigation based on HP burn. He has a 10% damage mitigation in his past. That champion will keep your team alive more than anybody else you have. You'll probably want to speed tune your team, and you're going to look for somebody else to support that somehow. Deacon can be very good, but it can be tricky to speed tune in a 1-to-1. You know, if you're trying to go that route, if you're going a 4-to-3, like, so I don't know about the rest of your team. Apothecary gives you some sustain. Deacon gives you some sustain. Frozen Banshee's good for damage. Rhonda can be okay for damage, especially if she has a high blessing, so you can put a smite on her. A brimstone. Artak, no. Yeah, maybe Artak. Artak has a decrease attack. So you want a reliable decrease attack if you're going with the ally protect. So that does do pretty well together. I'm not sure about Lightsworn. I don't think so, but maybe let me take a look at Lightsworn. Not Jamarsa. Rathalos is good to pair with Tyrant Ixlamore, so he could be your primary damage dealer. So I wouldn't use Rhonda. I would probably use Rathalos with Tyrant. But let me quick look at Lightsworn. Lightsworn is decent. So it's, yeah, he has a decreased attack. He also has a second increased defense. But I think Tyrant, his is special, right? I think it's up for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown, isn't it? Oh no, it's up for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Okay. So you could use Lightsworn as a backup decrease attack and secondary increased defense. And then you speed tune those. That means everybody has increased defense up 100% of the time. You get decreased attack up 100% of the time. You have ally protection up for 2 out of the 3 hits. Speed tune that way. Now you need your sustain. You have Rathalos for damage. So maybe Deacon. He gives you the drop defense. He gives you the leech. That could be really nice. I don't have a speed tune in mind, but you could potentially speed tune that team and have it work. If you're just throwing champions in and letting them run and trying to see, what works, then you could just try those 4 champions and see how they do. And then so that's what I would suggest. You don't have a clear 5th champion, maybe Apothecary. The thing is, like, when you go fast, you outrun your buffs. Tyrant is ally protecting, but if the champions outrun their buffs, they don't have their ally protect up. So you don't necessarily want to do an ally protection team that goes really fast. Typically you run ally protections at 4-to-3. You don't run them faster than that. So unfortunately your sustain comes from champions who have turn meter fill. Now you can turn off the turn meter, but then you lose a lot of the value. Deacon could have value without the turn meter fill. You could turn off his A3, just let him A2 and A1. That'll make it easier to speed tune. You'll still get the 100% drop defense. You'll still get the leech. Could be good. But, think about that. Vogoth will help sustain you. Vogoth might actually work okay with an ally protector because when you're getting hit, you're getting healed and protected, I guess. Might work. Might work. Anyway, okay, so that I went past 5 o'clock. That was my cutoff time. So listen, thanks so much for everybody for hanging out. I had a lot of fun today. I don't know exactly what the schedule will be going forward. We're still figuring out. The baby's only been home a day, 2 days. So today is night 3, I guess. And yeah, we will figure it out. I'm going to be back on a more regular schedule, hopefully, soon. So watch for the videos. Don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to like the videos, subscribe to the channel, consider joining the Discord community. And thanks for hanging out. And that is it for me today. Yeah. Hey, Crash. Bye, Crash. All right. Thanks, everybody. I got nothing. I had fun. I'll see you soon.